managed managed to take back what the Russians gained in the last few weeks. And today I've seen a report that they gained about the Ukrainians managed to get back about 500 meters in the region of Optine. So this is good. This is good news, and this is also a battle of attrition in a sense because they are managing to pound the Russians there, and apparently there are a lot of casualties from the Russian side. So I guess this is good news. What do you think, Mokas?
I think it's certainly positive, yes. I like to think that the Ukraine forces know exactly what they're doing. And although it's very hard, they have a plan and they're going with it, but not to the point where they're not flexible enough to take advantage of opportunities as they present them. I think one of the things that I read from Frontline Volunteer Translation was that they were presented with opportunities at first and they didn't have any gear in order to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. They could see that they would be able to do something if they had the equipment. And now they're in a position where a lot of the time they do have that equipment, so they're taking those chances. I've seen some absolutely mad videos of Ukrainian small teams just dashing in through the open and taking an area because obviously the Russians weren't prepared for them. And they've actually survived it, done it and survived it. Absolute madheads. But it impresses me an awful lot that these people have the hearts of lions. They really do. I'm going to cough now, so someone else better speak.
Thank you, Marcus.
Okay. Oh,
Hi,
go
Ivana.
ahead, Dom.
No. You feel free, Ivana. Feel free.
No, I just wanted to say that the Ukrainians are as brave as they possibly can get. So that's amazing. I've also seen some videos. I don't know if the same as Mockers because I don't have Telegram, but I've seen some videos and they are impressive. Go ahead, Doman, please.
No, that's much what I would have said. I would go on and whinge why some bunch of idiots drew a border 100 years ago where no border was for a millennium, but whatever. Anyway, Prince, very good morning, early morning.
Yeah, it is morning, and I woke up and I was getting my coffee and I heard Doman say, Mockers, you're gonna need to take over a little bit because I'm gonna cross the country, and I'm just seeing, that maybe a little bit of supporting fires, even though they're barely awake, might be a helpful thing up in the speaker spot. So I just put myself up here just in case we ended up in a position where somebody needed to say something and there was no one talking, and I'm still not making sense yet. I haven't had much coffee.
Aha. Well, I trust that you will rectify that momentarily, because that's no way to conduct oneself, is it?
Also, you can take the cape off now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with my coffee now. I just wanted to be supportive, and I figured if nothing else I could read my timeline a little bit while I was listening up in the speaker panel, and if I came up against anything, I would mention that. I will bring up something that was really sort of fun last night. I don't know if Ryan was on, um, but he was uh, earlier today, but he was for you guys, but he was on until like 5 o'clock in the morning his time or something like that. And he was telling us how funny it was because an air raid had just ended, and the app on his phone had ended the air raid by telling him, "May the force be with you." And he didn't realize that that was actually Mark Hamill's voice. And Mark Hamill has now been put onto the air raid alert app for the phones, doing the air raid alarms and telling people when they're over. And at the end of that, he says, "May the force be with you." And it's really really sort of cool.
that sounds fantastic. I mean, as someone in my case who's never actually seen a Star Wars film, I still get the reference, and I think that's a really really nice little touch. Often it's missed how important it is to maintain morale, to maintain determination in circumstances like this, and it very much is. It is absolutely crucial, and if this helps a handful of people, and he was clearly very happy to do it. He's a great friend of Ukraine, has been for a long time, very outspokenly so. Fantastic, just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I actually I know you guys clean up the nest when you get up and all, and in the UA24 had put out a tweet on the 17th of what it sounds like, and I had put that up in the nest late last night. But it's you go and look on UA24's timeline and you'll find it. I think I tweeted it out the other day, so it's a pretty cool thing.
Thank you, Prince, for bringing this up because I really, really love it. So there are apparently more messages in the air raid alert application that are read by or registered by Mark Hamill, and I really love it. It was, I think he was my first and only movie actor crush. I've seen the Star Wars movies when I was very young, and it's amazing because it's like what makes a generation tick. And this is definitely a good idea. And this reference to the Force, may the Force be with you, is also something iconic. So thank you, Prince, for this.
And
no problem.
And I have since found it and put it up there in the nest. Thank you, Prince. Ever since we have these spaces that she managed to run for 3, 4, 5, 6 days concurrently, we don't want to test the nest out too much because it would end up having like 150 tweets in there by the end of it. And I worry that it would crash the system somewhere else. Not enough hamsters are in the spaces bit of the server farm to run 150 pinned tweets, I don't think.
Yes, I totally understand and I totally get it. And the tweet actually that I had put up there was one actually with the audio of him saying it. It wasn't the one you put up is great, but there's a second one of him actually saying it, of the audio of him, what he actually says when it ends.
Oh, damn it. I would have hoped it was this one. Okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yes, please. Thank you. Because I kind of put it there to then go and listen to it myself later on. Once somebody sent it to me already. Nope. Okay. Very good. What did I mean to say? Right. Thank you, Prince. That's fantastic. Nevertheless, my previous comments stand, which I think is the most important bit. Now let's see for how much longer my reception will survive. Maybe it'll be 3 minutes. Maybe it'll be 5 minutes. Who knows? Let's see if they've put up any towers since I was last around here. Yes. Then, do you know what, Mockers? I will ask you the question I asked of Tim earlier. Tim's now gone. What's going on with the spreadsheet that Sunak was talking about last week or a few days ago that came out through Newsnight? What is it that they're intending to do? Has it ever been clarified what they're intending to do when it comes to figuring out how much the help is helping?
Well, Tim sort of mentioned this earlier, that Rishi Sunak, that's the fella, is a banker, basically. Sorry, nearly said the wrong word there. Banker. So as a result, he likes facts and figures. He likes to be able to work things out for himself, I suppose. And this is very likely why he wants this information, because he wants to see what sort of assistance is actually making an impact and whether something is actually not useful, in which case we'll not worry about that, and in what areas maybe something more useful could be put to it. So I wouldn't say it's anything to worry about. He is the man he is, and he works the way he works, and it's very likely that this is him getting up to speed on what's actually happening. I mean, the announcement of ammunition is certainly very welcome, and that seems to be, maybe part of the decision making. So I don't think it's anything to worry about right now. I would say go with actions and see what comes out of it. But I certainly don't think it's going to reduce assistance to Ukraine in any way. It would be political suicide.
I hope that he told people, make spreadsheets. I want hard numbers, and they came back to him 2 days later. It was like, we made spreadsheets. You know what they really need? Ammo, lots of ammo. Send them more ammo. They can never have too much 155 shells. And maybe this announcement is coming out of that. I would certainly hope so, because that would be a good outcome there. Just a minor announcement: in 5 minutes, we'll be joined by our guest this European evening, afternoon, American morning or noon. Peter Zeihan is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. I think we have time for Denjon to jump in for the last few words before I go around another mountain again.
Oh, thanks, Doman. And actually, I just jumped in, so I don't know what the topic is being discussed there. But is there anyone, other than me, anyone else finding the sound quality has improved a lot? Have they done something to the voice code or the codec on the Spaces?
I don't know. Half the time I can't hear anything, but that's on my end, not the Twitter Spaces end. Great. If they're using less of the video and more on the audio, that'd be fantastic. Because, I mean, we really don't need the video component to be as strong as it was, do we?
Honestly, I haven't seen it, but I mean, if you say so, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
No. Apparently, it runs off of video code. Apparently, it runs off of video conferencing code. Anyway, that's your department then, John. Not mine. It's your department. But Kobe,
he is right.
Shall we?
He is right.
It is better. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Emma.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
I am
much better.
very glad for that. Kobe. Good morning, Kobe. Well, it's still morning where you are. Do you want to do a quick preview over the next couple of minutes while we have Peter Zeihan joining us?
Yeah, we are going to have Peter Zeihan up, and we're very excited for this. Peter is a very well-respected, prominent geopolitical strategist and consultant, and we're going to have him up in a few minutes. So get your questions ready, and we'll have an hour with Peter and talk about all sorts of different stuff. Demographics and economics are areas of particular interest for him, but he's been speaking a lot about the war in Ukraine as well, and he was one of the people to call it right and saw that it was coming. So I'm sure we'll have a really great discussion.
Excellent. Well, looking forward to it. Good evening, Axel. Very glad to see you both here. I shall drop and let you take my spot.
What kind of a headset is that?
Same one as always. Literally the same one as always.
Okay, that's interesting. You sound completely, utterly different. Alrighty, Colby. Does Peter have an invite already? Do you know?
I just sent it to him.
Excellent. Well then, good people, if you're here, please share and retweet. We shall have in just about 2 or 3 minutes latest, we shall have Peter Zeihan with us. and then we'll go full on to dissect as to why we are here with this issue at hand and what can be done about it.
So I haven't had a chance to completely go through my feed yet. So did I miss anything super newsy today so far?
Yeah, but it's just there's a lot of fog of war going on. At least two different sources have now come up with indications that the counterattacks Ukrainian forces in recent days have mounted in different ways to not just attrit but also push Russian troops back out of the outskirts of Bakhmut have worked. Some people have questioned it because they couldn't find a way to do it the OSINT way, but there are indications from within inside Ukraine that Ukrainian armed forces have actually been quite successful in that regard. Whether this is yet the same kind of seesawing we did see in Severodonetsk, nobody can judge. Alrighty, so whilst I'm fending off angry poodles here, we shall hope that we have Peter joining us in just about a second.
I think we have him in the audience. I just sent him another invitation again to come up as a speaker.
Well, it will be interesting to have a little look-see as to how location and influences geopolitics and how this matters to us today. And we can also talk about the impact of shale gas and why it matters in Ukraine, but that'll be an interesting one. Do you see him in the audience? All right.
Yes. Okay. Just trying to work out the logistics.
I shall hope that he has dialed in on a phone as opposed to on the desktop. Okay, and in the meantime, what we have not yet covered today is the additional deliveries which are trickling through. There's more and more information coming through as to not only the training and the capacity expansion of the Ukrainian armed forces being successful. Many people will remember the wonderful columns of Ukrainian have always been provided with kit. Now there's more kit coming, also from the United Kingdom. And the Ukrainian armed forces shall be significantly better prepared to fend off the Russian invasion and retake territory. Colby, if you have a direct line to Peter, it might be helpful having a word with him.
Yeah, I'm DMing right now.
Oh, there you go. Excellent. And he has a nice avatar with a Ukrainian colored tie. Peter Zahn, good evening. How are you? Or good afternoon in your case. Peter, if you can hear us on the bottom left of your phone screen.
There we go.
Excellent. Welcome. Welcome to Maria Report, Peter.
And good morning from Colorado.
Excellent. Well, then you don't even have an afternoon yet, quite yet, absolutely. Well, fortunately, Colby managed to arrange for you to join us here today, and we're very appreciative that you spend your time with us. People have been following your analysis and to your regular letters on what happens on the ground in Ukraine, but I thought it's a good idea if we could briefly summarize as to why on the geopolitical level we actually ended up in such a situation. How do you want to start? Do you want to give us a brief précis as to what the geopolitical situation is for Ukraine and why we have to deal with Putin's Mordor?
Certainly. The Russian space is probably the least economically viable, well, not probably, it is the least economically viable agricultural zone on the planet. So it has very low population density, and they've never been able to generate the capital that's necessary to build a road network, much less what we would consider a modern state. And in that sort of environment, the only way you can move things is by rail. So the Russian strategy in dealing with all of their great wide opens with almost no people has been to expand out of the territory that is somewhat useful and reach the zones where other entities could enter their space. So the Russian space is ringed with a whole lot of mountains and seas and deserts. And if you can plug the access points between those natural barriers, then, as the theory goes, you can have a forward-mounted defense because your troops can't react, they can't maneuver, they can't outfight anyone who manages to get within the Russian core. It's usually the weather that drives them out. But if you can prevent foes from getting in the first place, well, you can make that stick. And during the Soviet period, the Russians did control every single one of the gateway territories. But with post-Soviet Russia, they only controlled one, and everything that Putin has done since has been about trying to get that forward position, that outer crust again. So that's the why. As for the why now, two things. Number one, the Russian population is quite literally dying out, and this is the last decade that the Russians will have enough men in their 20s to even attempt military options in terms of furthering Russian survival. So it always had to be now. And then there was a tactical issue as well. If you remember back to the American impeachment hearings, the precipitating event for that was Donald Trump trying to blackmail Zelensky into providing dirt on Hunter Biden. And as part of the blackmail, the Trump administration stopped providing Ukraine with military aid. Well, when Joe Biden came in, he restarted it. And November of last year is when the Javelins started to reach the front line in the Donbass. And that sped things into high gear and started the troop buildup, which led to the war that we're in now.
Well, it's an interesting point you just highlighted. I would even go a tad further as to the tactical momentum, given the fact that obviously the build-up has been in the making for quite some time. There's good indication that since the success, as they considered it, by taking Crimea with their little green man and finding out that the Europeans would not resist, would rather negotiate with the alligator, the Russians had seen that there is a potential that they can further disturb and compromise Ukraine and continue to do so no matter who resists them. What do you say as to the long-term planning? Because obviously, yes, the fertility situation in Russia and their lack of capacity to actually generate sufficient sustenance for their population is fairly well known, and their lack of innovation capacity, and therefore the West going further and further forward, whereas they are stagnating, if not actually degrading, is evident. What do you think the long-term planning of Mr. Putin has been since he found out in 2008 that we're not taking Ukraine into NATO right away, and in 2014 that nobody's resisting? Did we enable him?
You need to dial a little bit further back, because this is not just about Ukraine. The Russian space, those access points, they're not just on the other side of Ukraine. They're on the other side of the Baltics. They're on the other side of the Caucasus. They're on the other side of Kazakhstan. And Putin's foreign policy, ever since he came in 1999, has been very clear. It's about getting Russian forces as far forward in those positions as possible. So this is the Georgian War. This is getting troops into Kazakhstan as part of the as part of the Kazakh intervention last December. This is part of the settlement for the Nagorno-Karabakh war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Ukraine actually comes into this a little bit later. Putin did some of the things that he thought would be easier first. And it wasn't until we got to 2008 that we had more direct actions against the Ukrainian state, obviously culminating with the Donbass war in 2014. So this is not something that was done on a whim. This is not just about personal ego. This is about the survival of the Russian ethnicity and the Russian state. Now, whether or not it's going to be successful is one of those big to be determined things. The Ukrainian military is in the midst of a dramatic transformation, but so is the Russian military. And we're not going to know until the local spring which one of these is going to be more successful.
No, 100%. I tend to agree that essentially the movement towards this is a long, that's a long wave. And I mean, we're based here in Tallinn in Estonia, so I can definitely attest to the fact that here in the region, we have always known what is coming, and we've always seen it, and we've tracked it. And by the way, when the troops gathered here on the other side, and the troops from Pskov had moved towards Ukraine in October last year, and after the maneuvers didn't recede, it was evident what was coming. And nobody should have had any illusions about it. I'm completely with you. And yes, of course, the fertile grounds of Kazakhstan to be dominated by them and forced to actually generate more agricultural product for the Russians has been one of their key aspects. Now, this brings us to the point is, as we see now that Europe and America have not quite agreed to fully embargo the Russians, what say you about the sanctions? Are we doing enough to degrade the Russian economy and therefore their capacity to replenish their forces and create better logistics for them? And as you just indicated, maybe find ways to procure weapons from China, North Korea, and the likes and other sources in order to wield yet another Stalinesque offensive?
Well, let me give you this from 3 points of view. From the Ukrainian point of view, anything that allows the Russians to access any tech, any capital, any equipment, any ammo from anywhere is going to be too much. So there is no absolutist position where the Ukrainians are getting everything that they feel that they need. That's just not possible. Second, the Europeans have made a series of very poor economic and strategic decisions over the last 40 years. And there is no way you unwind that in 8 months. Europeans are attempting to do this as quickly as possible without completely destroying their economic system. It is not clear that that is possible, especially in the case of Germany. So they are attempting to buy themselves time so that when the cord finally is cut, they have a chance. Now, there's a saying in health policy that no health policy that doesn't have support of the population can possibly work. And that's one of the reasons why the United States ultimately let up on its restrictions on COVID. Because among the center left in the United States, we had gotten tired. And so the decision was made to move on despite the costs. And we're seeing some version of that in China right now. It's the same with the war. If the Europeans moved faster than their populations can tolerate, Western support, European support for Ukraine will collapse. So it's a very, very delicate balance. And if you look at Germany specifically, they got 40% of their natural gas from a single pipeline that is no longer there. That happened faster than they were willing to make the change. And as a result, we are looking down the maw of the complete deindustrialization of the German model. A year from now, when it becomes apparent that there isn't going to be a manufacturing sector in the country, what level of support do you think the Germans are going to be capable of? There's a lot of stress in the relationship. One of the upsides of having 50-odd countries in Europe is it's difficult for anyone to dominate. One of the downsides is that everyone has their own interests and it's difficult to make a decision, especially when the country that's at the center of all, that economically has been the core of everything for decades, suddenly can't function. Now, from the American point of view, if you're willing to take a completely amoral position, because obviously this is a morally compromised statement, this is going very well. Not only are the Russians basically hurling themselves on the ramparts and dying in the thousands, but they are bleeding dry the ammo depot of the entire Soviet legacy, complete with everything in Iran and North Korea. And if you fast forward 10, 15 years from now, assuming for the moment that the Russians don't just have a runaway success, fast forward 10 to 15 years from now, almost every signal national security threat to the United States is in the midst of imploding right now. Now, the United States cannot support Ukraine without the Germans. Logistically, that just isn't possible. So the trick moving forward is how to keep the Germans in the game when economically the Germans can no longer be in the game. And that's a crisis next year.
Well, Peter, this is where I would like to differentiate this a little bit, because obviously Germany has moved on. It has managed to get LNG capacity up. We have now 3 terminals upcoming. Obviously, the Germans are far too late. Don't get me wrong.
I disagree with what you're saying and where you're leading.
Let me lead up to the question, and then we'll get through it. They have the scarcity. They do not, and I agree with you on the point before you disagree, I do agree with you on the point that they are at the cusp of failing by not reactivating at least 2 of the 3 shut down nuclear power plants and phasing out others. That's a major mistake in their setup, and their energy policy is at fault for it. Absolutely. They do have the opportunity still to procure more LNG, but they need to speed up the build out of 2 of the 3 terminals. They can replace a lot of their energy needs, but it will be to the detriment of Europe because it will change the European grid system. It will change how prices in Europe develop. And even if Germany manages to continue to, battle with higher energy prices, which is a self-inflicted problem, they shouldn't have them, even then, it will impair Europe. And that, as I quite agree with you, is amoral from a German perspective, and it would be amoral for the United States as transatlantic friends to let the Germans go down that garden path.
Well, let me give you the bad and then let me give you the worse. So first, the bad. The marginal price, the price of any energy market is set by marginal supply and marginal demand. It's an inelastic market. So if you have a movement of only 5 to 10% in terms of supply or demand, you can have an outsized impact on price of 200 to 300% very, very easily. In losing Nord Stream, the Germans have lost not a marginal supplier, but their main supplier, 40% of the total. And the bulk of the rest comes from pipelines through Ukraine proper in a war that is now an artillery exchange. So that stuff's not going to be around for much longer either. That means that even though they are now bringing on new LNG import capacity, it doesn't matter. They have replaced the volumes, yes, but from a number of marginal suppliers, 7 of them to be specific. And that means that even in an environment where industrial demand has been deliberately curtailed, and in public spaces, the heat is off and everyone else is rationing. And the reserves, the storage are completely full in one of the warmest winters on record. They still have domestic natural gas prices that are 6 times what they were before the war. That is not going to change until such time as they get a mainline supplier. And mainline cannot be liquefied natural gas. The closest potential mainline supplier to Germany is Nigeria. And that would require a 3,000-kilometer pipeline. That is a 25-year infrastructure project. That is the best case scenario. And there's more to natural gas than electricity. Even if the Germans turned on all of their nuclear power plants again, I still don't think that would cut it. Because the natural gas is primarily used in Germany not for electricity, but for petrochems. And that petrochem is what allows their manufacturing sector to exist. That is currently offline. BASF is in the process of physically dismantling their German industrial bases and relocating them to other countries in the hope that they can source extra continental natural gas to build petrochemical products to then ship home to Germany to save the manufacturing model. That would require an industrial build out outside of Germany, specifically in places like Louisiana, that occurs more quickly than what the Germans did at the height of World War II. Color me skeptical.
Yeah, but BASF is not doing that. It's one of their planning proposals, which have gone through the last supervisory board meeting, as some of us will know. Having said this, there's a high risk that they may actually have to follow through, but they can't take the cracker away quite yet. And then there's the question as to whether, and this is where I would beg to differ, that the nuclear power plants can change a great deal as to the overall pricing. The question, and there I agree with you, the mainline supply is an issue, but there are ways of dealing with it, and they would not be alternative energy. I think that the Germans will be able to buy from a variety of suppliers sufficient gas for their own purposes, but it hits the rest of Europe more than anything else. And this is where the amoral position is. I wanted to lay that out because I think it's not just the Americans who could technically lean back and say, let this play out. That would be unfair. I don't think that our transatlantic friends have ever actually done that in any shape or form, because whenever something was needed in Europe, they came to save us.
The Americans can't fix the price situation. We can help with the supply situation, but we are going to be a marginal supplier. The price situation requires a new baseline material or baseline supply, and that's just not available. And then there's the worst part. This was always going to be the decade when the German workforce aged past the point of being productive, when it ages into mass retirement. We've always known that the German industrial model was going to end this decade. We've always known we were going to get here. The energy crisis is just speeding it up. So we are at the end of Germany as the heart of Europe in an economic sense. We don't have a model for what is next. And for Ukraine to prevail in this war, someone, probably the Americans, but someone has to find a way to prop Germany up long enough for Ukraine to win the day. That's the challenge of next year.
Peter, how about shale gas in Ukraine?
It's a possibility. Here's the issue. When the shale revolution really got going in the United States back in 2004 to 2007, it was all about natural gas. And after 2008, we found a way to apply the technology and modify it to a slightly different geology, and then it became an oil story. We're now in the process of kind of going through a second natural gas revolution in the United States. But a couple things you have to keep in mind if you want to apply this stuff to somewhere else. First, the technology has to be adapted to the geology. You just can't pull it out of a box and put it into a new energy field and expect it to be producing in a few months. So the geology of the eastern Ukrainian basin is significantly different than what we have in the Appalachians or West Texas or North Dakota. So even in the best case scenario, you'd be talking about a 4 to 10 year process because that's how long it took here. Second, there has been a lot of attempts between 2010 and 2016 to try to do that adaptation. And it turned out that a lot of the petroleum fields in Ukraine are either deeper or less petroleum dense, or the shale porosity wasn't quite right. And from an American point of view, the Eastern Ukrainian deposits just aren't economically viable with the technology that the Americans are bringing to the table. Now, it's not quite as bad as it sounds. You can extend the life of existing fields. You can achieve better efficiencies in terms of the output, but you're never going to get the same sort of boom that we saw in places like Texas or North Dakota or Pennsylvania. The geology just isn't there. And some version of that story now has played out in almost every potential shale field that we had identified back in the 2000s. There are a few that have turned out to be okay. The Sichuan Basin in China specifically, the Vaca Basin in Argentina. There's some stuff in northern Mexico that looks pretty good. And then there's some stuff in the Bazanov Shale in Russia that really hasn't been poked at yet. It's really kind of the last big unknown. But we now know that replicating the shale revolution really anywhere in the world, certainly at the scale that the Americans experienced, just isn't in the cards.
Now, but in terms of a, say, diverse energy mix in that regard, the diverse supply mix, shale gas opportunities all across Europe exist, many of them. And that can...
Not really.
Well,
again, it's the same problem. It's the technology. We've discovered that the technology just can't be applied in its current form to most of the basins. There are pockets where it might work. There's some in Poland, there's some in France, there's a couple in Lithuania, and there might be a few in North Africa. But you're not talking about the... in the Netherlands, no.
Well, they're
you can maybe use some of the tech... You can use some of the technologies to achieve a higher rate of recovery from existing projects. But the sort of shale density that we associate with the air quotes shale revolution.
But we've seen that significant volumes now coming in that regard. Question is for Ukraine, because I think a lot of the solutions for all the issues which we're seeing is in Ukraine. There's an underutilized, very innovative, very well qualified population. Ukraine has massive amount of natural resources. There is shale gas in Ukraine. There's a couple of discussions to be had about it. And there's gas in the Black Sea. Wouldn't it be smarter for Europe to accelerate their support together with the United States and within the coalition of the willing to help Ukraine win this war quickly, to bring it to an end?
I don't think energy exploration is going to do that. The Black Sea is arguably the second most difficult operating environment in the world. It's steep, it's deep, there's a sulfur layer, there's a hypoxic layer, and ultimately you're talking about drilling 2 kilometers under the ocean. So the sort of upfront capital infrastructure necessary for that is high, and it's all in the conflict zone. So no one's going to bring in a deep sea rig that's going to have to be stationary in order to generate energy during a war. That's just not going to happen. In terms of
Peter, sorry,
onshore
apologies. I
energy,
didn't mean in the war. I mean, my question to you was, would it not be strategically sensible and tactically astute to accelerate winning the war in order to enforce a peace in the region so that these investments can be made in future?
Well, now that's a thorny question. From an American and a European point of view, the idea of the Russians depleting their entire arsenal and this being the last war that Russia ever fights, there's a certain attractiveness to that from a completely amoral point of view. Anything that forces a Russian defeat militarily in the short term leaves the Russian military complex more or less intact. And I realize we have found out that it is not all that. But if you can end Russia's capacity to fight a war, there's a big argument to say that's the goal here. Because if you don't, if you force a peace, regardless of what that looks like on the ground, the Russians will be back. And as we've seen again and again and again throughout Russian history, the first year is always a shit show. And then they throw enough bodies at it to make a difference. If you can bleed those bodies away in the Donbass next year, then Russia can be broken for all time. And that is not specifically an issue of getting the Ukrainians this or that piece of technology. That's about making sure that the Russians have enough rope to hang themselves. And right now, we are moving in that direction. Whether it will work is another question. Now, as to the broader question that you're asking about energy, the smart play would be for the Germans to unwind a lot of their energy policy when it comes to domestic production at home. They have fallen hook, line, sinker, boat, and marina for Russian propaganda and have largely shut down all energy exploration and production within their own country. If they were just to get back to where they were in the year 2000, they would have to import about half as much from the wider world as they do now. And that would be a big strategic win for everybody, except for the Russians, obviously.
And if you were to expand this even further as a graph, you could go back to the end of the 1970s, where essentially Germany was only dependent for about 10% in terms of gas imports from Russia, which is when the whole mess had started, by the way.
That might be a bit of an overstatement, but only a bit. German energy consumption since the 1970s has obviously increased significantly as the economy has developed, and they have become more energy intensive as their industrial base has expanded. There isn't a lot of production capacity that could potentially be brought on in a short period of time throughout Europe. And a lot of the geology really is tapped out. I mean, the Europeans do import almost 90% of their energy as a unit right now, if you remove the North Sea from the equation, which is a special case. They might be able to get that from 90 down to 70 or maybe even 60, and that's a huge step forward. But that does not really solve any of the overarching issues unless you're also going to go through a significant deindustrialization process, which is what I think we're going to see for Central Europe.
How do you see then the last steps of Mr. Draghi in his office in Italy prior to Italy descending into the election campaign, where he had done a remarkable bit of pipeline, diplomacy and harnessed Italy's position with North African nations, including Algeria?
Some flavor of pipeline diplomacy has defined Rome's geopolitical position since 2000. It doesn't matter if it's about NATO, doesn't matter if it's about Russia, doesn't matter if it's about the Persian Gulf. Getting the energy from somewhere is what it is. And it's not just about Italy. Italy is Europe's largest refining complex. They can take crude streams from anywhere and blend them in order to get something that their refining complex, which is very varied, can then turn into user-friendly products for pretty much everyone within Europe. If the Italians fail at this, then we get a second phase to the energy crisis in Europe, because then they will have lost the Italian hub and the German sources at more or less the same time. And what we're seeing is that if the Russians are not part of the solution for Russian energy, then the Italians all of a sudden really have to up their game, and the only option in the midterm that is even remotely proximate Italy or is Libya.
The classic
And
supply
Libya,
for Italy.
I know, and unless Libya can be wrestled into some sort of more functional shape, and how you do that without European troops on the ground, then we're talking about the second largest source for the Europeans going away. And that, I would say, is the second tier risk that no one in Europe is really priced in.
Well, that's what we're talking about it just now. That's why I wanted to highlight it. That what Mr. Draghi did was he did the absolute necessary at a point in time when it became critical. He knew that his support within the polity of Italy was fading. He knew he was at risk, but he did exceptionally well in actually maintaining a position which brought him to the point where the Italy is now, that it can actually still work.
Fingers crossed. I mean, there's Italy is an ongoing exercise in what is possible and shouldn't be possible and can't be possible all at the same time.
Isn't it wonderful? We have our, by the
yeah,
way,
no,
Italian...
it's part of its absolute beauty. I totally agree.
We have, by the way, someone who has Italian descent in him, our co-founder Yehuda.
Hi there. Welcome, and thanks for coming, Peter. Yes,
my pleasure.
It's one of the nice, strange coincidences that is modern day Italy. People often ask, how does it function? A mix of rules and a mix of cultures, I guess. Right?
It functions differently.
Yeah, I know. I mean, living most of my life in North America, going back and visiting family in Italy, you wonder, how does this state function? It seems like there's more money going out than goes in. But anyway, it works. Who knows?
It works after a fashion. One of the things to keep in mind about Italy, and people in North America really have a hard time processing this, is, we think of Europe as having been around for a while, being stable. But the Italian unification process came very late, even by European standards. And unlike the Germans, who kind of did their reunification in the same time in the 1880s, the Italians never really federalized in the same way. So urban, civic, local control has always been a much higher propensity than it ever has been in Germany or the United States, much less a more unified system, say, like France or the Netherlands. And because of that, having a national policy, especially after World War II, became almost impossible. So the fact that every once in a while someone like Prodi or Berlusconi or now Meloni can actually have a national policy is actually kind of a win all to itself. And in a time of strategic breakdown, where the EU is discovering that it doesn't have all the tools that it needs, the spotlight really gets put on the geographies where something needs to happen in a different way to save Europe. And that means that the Italians are going to be right in the middle of all of the discussions very soon, and not because of budgetary issues, because of strategic issues. And that's going to be a lot of fun to watch on the outside.
And internally, Italy is still a very fragmented, as you said, hasn't adopted the federalism so much, being partially from the south and then the north. The differences can't be understated, and it's a miracle. I mean, obviously, internally, the image is the north pulls the south's weight, and there's a lot of resentment there.
Sure.
Part of it's true. To a degree, but also there's standard of livings in Italy that people appreciate, and that's why they all come south for their vacations. I guess it isn't so bad after all.
Well, and one of the great mysteries of Italy is, the South has the reputation, in part accurately, for being a little bit backwards, the countryside for being relatively empty, and in the North, on a per hour worked basis, Italian workers are much more efficient than Northern Germans. So to have all of this in one political system is honestly kind of a riot.
One thing that's interesting, a lot of people don't know, and sorry to just talk about Italy so much, is my alma mater there. They're technically from a small village in the Central Highlands of central Sicily, so you don't get more Sicilian than that. Just around the corner from Racalmuto, if you're a Godfather fan. There was a time, obviously, that I didn't think there was a future for Sicily. Since the late 90s, especially in the on the naughties there, we're looking at entire segments of Sicilian workers flying to Milan for the week and coming home on a Friday, and it's actually revitalized a lot of Sicilian communities. So cheap air travel, things like that. It's an interesting, it's a strange dynamic. Can you imagine someone from New York, I don't know, from Florida flying to New York every week to work?
Actually, any place where you have a significant economic disparity within the same political unit, you'll get that happen. So you get Newfoundlanders working in the Calgarian energy sector. You get people from South Carolina who literally fly into New York, as you described, for the week, but then live in South Carolina because it's cheaper and the quality of life is higher. It's not a new phenomenon, but having a state airline that provides cheap flights certainly helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that doesn't hurt. And also, this is from a culture where, I literally know cousins who have not ventured to the town 5 kilometers east because they talk stupid and no one likes them, and it's not tribal, right? I'm like, if you're, that guy is from such and such a town, and yet they're getting on a plane and flying to Milan for work. It's hilarious. Anyways, I was wondering, I know it's completely inappropriate, and I just thought I had to say it because I can't help it. But have you ever thought of maybe a book one day, biography? Don't mess with the Zeihan.
I'm taking a break from writing for a while. I've been on the road for 200 plus days this year, so I need a bit of a breather before I dive into another project. But thanks.
Fair enough. No worries. But it is a catchy title. I'm not sure if there are any trademark rules about it. Anyway, I'll pass it back to Axel and Colby. Thanks so much for being here, Peter.
No problem.
All righty, Colby, I think we wanted to move on to other shores, right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Peter, I'm curious about how you think China fits into Russia's invasion here. We get a lot of questions from the audience about China's role and the degree to which they are supporting Russia, and it seems like it's been pretty muted. Not a whole lot of overt material support, not a whole lot of Chinese weapons turning up or things of that nature, not even the Chinese MREs that were reportedly requested very early on in the war. Haven't seen those make an appearance yet either. So I'm curious what you estimate sort of Beijing's view is of the overall war and how they're responding.
It's a bit schizophrenic, or it sounds a bit schizophrenic because it is. There's two things that are shaping the discussion in Beijing, and if anything, discussion is the wrong word. First of all, obviously, the Chinese would prefer a world where the Russians are more potent and the Western alliance breaks and the Americans just go home and never come back and preferably die. But strategically and economically, that has never been on the table, not because the Americans have a firm plan, but because the Chinese rise is 100% dependent upon the Americans maintaining globalization, more or less in the form that it's been in for the last 30 years. The Chinese demographic is in advanced collapse. We are in the final decade of the Chinese nation. Well, that's a little overstated. We're in the final decades of the Chinese having a population structure that allows them to have an economy that we would recognize as an economy. The Chinese are completely dependent upon the Americans maintaining freedom of the seas in order to import the raw materials and the energy that allow their system to function. And they're completely dependent upon the Americans maintaining open waterways so they can export their finished products to end customers around the world, most notably in the United States. So without the Americans being open, the Chinese system fails anyway. And they need the Americans to leave the system open and gradually transfer power over to China so that the Chinese dream can happen in the way that the Chinese imagined it. To say that that is a likely outcome is, silly, but that has been the plan from the beginning. The challenge they're facing now is twofold. Number one, the Americans are done. The restrictions on Chinese trade, especially in tech, are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And with the very successful financial sanctions that the Europeans, Japanese, and Americans put together, the yuan really is an island now, and it's just not used as a method of exchange. The Russians even tried to use it, and it turns out that they just lost all the money because when they tried to cash it out, the Chinese were like, no, we really don't want the yuan back. So they just lost $500 billion when they tried it. In terms of the other problem, that's purely domestic, and that's that Chairman Xi has consolidated his power in a cult of personality far tighter than anything we have ever seen before in human history, even worse than the Kim dynasty in North Korea. So the capacity of the Chinese system to adapt to reality is proven to be fractured at best. So they want the Russians to win, but they also know they dare not cross certain lines that Washington has for fear of the entire Chinese economic structure collapsing. But their capacity to thread the needle requires an open, honest approach and information management within the system that no longer exists. So we're getting this weird double ossification, and that they're locked into the ideological battle with the United States, but they're also locked into a strategic environment that requires American help. And they're locked into ideological commitment for the Russians, but they're locked into a strategic position that prevents them from helping. And the result is this complete ossification of decision-making on all sides, which is starting to leak over into the economic sphere in the Chinese system. And what we're seeing with the COVID restrictions and their sudden unwinding is really kind of just the leading edge of what we should expect to see next year. Short version, it's a mess, and it's going to get a lot worse before it even pretends to get better.
Hey, Peter, I'm so glad you said that about China. You know, there are a lot of people who've looked at American policy vis-a-vis China for a long time and shaken their heads and said, you know, you're letting them take your lunch, basically. It's not the I'm sure you've heard many economists say that. Even certain past presidents have said it a little more crudely. What's interesting is that, you know, the WTO and Western countries looking the other way to the seemingly arbitrary valuation of the UN, and people saying, oh, this isn't fair. And I kind of wonder if this wasn't, I'm not saying a conspiracy by the United States, but definitely the United States and other Western powers recognized that China was doing that. And it was probably on balance more beneficial to the West than it was to China. But I think maybe perhaps gave China a false sense of security that they had more cards in their hand than they did. And now they're realizing that they're, as you just said, they're very constricted by that economic policy that they themselves weaved. Isn't that a fair assessment?
I would say you need to dial. I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I just think you need to dial out a little bit bigger. Remember that the whole reason that Nixon went to visit Mao in China was to break the Cold War impasse and make sure that the Soviet Union didn't have the opportunity to expand on multiple fronts. By flipping China into part of a globalized coalition against the Soviet Union, we set in, well, like I was around then, Nixon and then ultimately Carter and Reagan flipped the script, and they made it inevitable that the Soviet system was going to collapse, and they would have made nuclear war a choice rather than a strategic necessity, and that gave us the world of the 1990s. So there was always a vested interest at the top in Washington in trying to see if they could make China part of the international system, because it had worked once. If it had worked on the strategic angle, you know, maybe it can work on the post-Cold War economic angle as well. Now, was that over-optimistic? Was that over-ambitious? You know, looking back on it, obviously we would say yes. But until relatively recently, probably 5 years ago, I was still of the opinion, you know, that maybe the Chinese really can change and we can do this all together.
Do you think
things have evolved?
Do you think that trade, that liberalization through trade is dead, or was it ever not dead in the water?
There are plenty of cases where it has worked, but there's always been a political element to it. So, for example, it clearly worked very well in Italy and Japan and Germany. But those countries were occupied after World War II. So they all saw broad-scale, ground-up political overhauls. And, you know, we should be thrilled, personally, that the Germans think of themselves as socialist pacifists, because we know what the alternative looks like.
So with China, though, in specific, then do you think that was ever an option, a possibility?
With the benefits of hindsight, no. But like I said, up until 5 years ago, I was still holding out hope. I was definitely part of the crowd that thought that globalization could work a lot of wonders. I was maybe a little bit more sanguine about it than a lot of people in the business community. But we overhauled what had been a genocidal government and turned it to a bastion of liberalism in the heart of Europe. That was a huge achievement. To think that there couldn't be a follow-on success would have been a little odd.
Yeah, but you've said the same thing we've been saying here about Russia, for example, and about we talked about the denazification of Germany post World War II, and people, we've roundly, commented that there was no de-Sovietization of Russia because it was never occupied, right? It was, they gave it up, and that's the same thing with China. As
Yeah,
you said.
that political element was never there.
Yeah, and that's a bigger driving force than maybe we might have calculated as a group. Interesting.
But you can, sorry, Yehuda, you can that also requires culture to exist in the first place. And
well, the Russians have,
the Russians have no culture in that regard. That's a local.
The Russians have a very different culture.
You described
the
it yourself.
The Russians have a very different culture, and I didn't mean to suggest it would be easy. Not even for a second would I suggest it would be easy. But look at the situation in Germany in 1945. Yeah. Look at, if you want some really interesting reading, go back and read local media anytime from 1937 to 1945 to see what Western being not German, like Western European, opinions on German culture was, and why this is a country that has to just be crushed and destroyed for all times because they cannot change. To say that no other country is capable of cultural change is a bit of a reach. I don't mean to suggest it would have been easy or quick or had much of a chance of success. But just to say that the chance is zero, that's a stretch.
I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Let me differentiate this. The culture which existed in Central Europe, the culture of the Enlightenment, the long-standing culture which made it easier for Italians and Germans to come back to those roots which existed prior to the First World War, let's put it this way, and the upheavals which came through the wars and their own misfortunate decision-making and stupidity. This is a different trail. This is a completely different trail culturally than coming from a Tsarist authoritarian regime and culture.
I agree, but then you have to explain why the situation in Taiwan, Korea, Thailand, and Japan has worked out so differently. If anything, they had a political system that was more unitary and, to use a very loaded Western term, barbarous than what we had in Russia.
Well, it was.
Yeah, I think
you would have said occupation.
That was the key factor. The difference is, once let's if you were to think of Russia being, destroying itself and being destroyed by, Ukraine and being dislodged from all of Ukraine, I think the question would be, would it reform on its own? And I think Peter is right. Like, there is a chance, for sure. There's a chance. Can't say they have no culture. They have a very different culture, one that we don't agree with, for sure. But something
to keep in mind about the Russians is that they have, on multiple occasions in their history, made this exact attempt. They go through phases of Eurasianism and Westernization, and it expands in one direction until it cracks and then expands into the other direction. And I think this has happened 9 times. What is unique about Vladimir Putin is he started as a Westernizer. And then he realized around 2003, 2004 that it was never going to happen, and he switched.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier, just before Axel jumped in, some countries, like, when it comes to China, some countries have been accused of maybe being over too wishful in their thinking, right? Through trade liberalization with China, and then the fear is that we're just giving them too much of the cake and getting nothing out of it. So it's funny because when it comes to Taiwan, one of the first things a lot of us here, Peter said, when the war in this latest invasion kicked off in Ukraine, is that the Chinese are going bananas because they're like, no, our plans are falling apart. They're like, wait, this isn't a week or two. This is crazy. And Europe is getting on board, and Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. How crazy must it? Because they're thinking to themselves, we want to do this to Taiwan. What happens if new processes are in place that really affect us when we want to go for Taiwan after there's a genocide in Ukraine and it comes to the public's attention? I would think that Xi Jinping is furious at Putin for throwing a wrench in his plans with Taiwan. What about you?
It's difficult to know what Xi is thinking because he doesn't confide in anyone anymore, and there's very little information exchange even at the top of the Chinese system. But assuming for the moment that he has sufficient information to make a decision, yeah, I would be pissed too. But, if anything, he probably should be grateful. The Chinese have been planning for an assault on Taiwan for 40 years. And when you prepare over that sort of time frame, you have to make certain assumptions about how the war would go and what you need to plan for and what the other side's strengths and weaknesses are. And what the Ukraine war has shown us is that the Chinese have guessed wrong in every single assumption. They now know that the war would not be quick. They now know that Russian equipment is not as good as they thought it was, and so the $3 trillion US they've spent on it was a waste. They now know that the world actually has an opinion, and if the world is willing to sanction Russia, which is one of the world's largest suppliers of food and energy, well, that it would be the end of China.
What are they going to do
world's
to
largest
iPhones?
importer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What are they going to imagine what they're going to do with iPhones? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
right?
they won't be able to make them for one.
There you go.
Now,
but that's the funny thing is, yeah.
I've always been of the opinion that war over Taiwan wasn't very likely because the Chinese just don't have the technical acumen to do it. An amphibious assault across the Formosa Straits is not a small thing. They don't have an amphibious assault fleet that could do it. Their plan, in order to not give the Taiwanese a chance to cobble together a nuke, is to literally just text all of their soldiers and say, go to the nearest port, hijack a fishing vessel, and sail your way there to the beach. You know, they would probably lose 1 million men just in the crossing. And what the Ukraine war has shown them is that even if they won, it would deindustrialize China and they would have a famine in no time because they import most of their energy and most of the things that allow them to make their food, in addition to being the world's largest food importer. So there's nothing about this that would have worked out. And now knowing that for sure, if anything, provides a degree of strategic clarity. The challenge here is whether or not Xi realizes that, because he no longer has anyone in the inner circle who will tell him anything other than what he wants to hear. And obviously information exchange within the Chinese space is, how should we say, somewhat restricted on a good day.
What do you think I mean, when we talk about sanctions, there's some great economists in the States, and his name, one of the fellows, I forget his name, amazing. No, he's not on TV enough, but he said with respect to China, if China was to kick off, he goes, sanctions you wouldn't see sanctions taking a few months to take effect. China is much more vulnerable to sanctions from the West, especially if they see the West unite completely for Ukraine. What are they going to feel about Taiwan? So you think some kind of crippling sanctions regime would take effect much quicker in China?
Well, I mean, we're talking if then here, but yes, I would expect that it would take place in a matter of hours to days instead of months to years, because China is just so completely dependent upon the strategic largesse of the United States in order to keep its people fed and the lights on. If you break that relationship by going for Taiwan, I mean, it's an open question whether even if you get it, there's anything worth it. That would make it worth the pain. But you would be talking about the end of Japan as an industrialized power. And you would be talking about that happening in under 12 months.
Incredible. Colby, I just want to kick it back. This is such an interesting discussion. I think it's one of these interconnected issues that people kind of ignore, because I think China could have gone a certain way, India could have gone a certain way, and Russia doesn't have even the bad friends it thought it had.
If I may, I mean, raising this very interesting question of why actually Taiwan and perhaps Republic of Korea democratized and when westernized when they weren't occupied. Well, you could argue that perhaps the Republic of Korea was sort of occupied because of the joint defense agreement, but Taiwan wasn't. And
sure.
I think really that has to. We probably have to thank this whole. Even with martial law going on for so long, after retreat from China, there was this whole education process when you go to civics classes when the KMT was forcing that on everybody. They were teaching the Three People's Principles, which was Sun Yat-sen's whole philosophy about democracy. And you like it or not, with all the Taiwan nationalists, poo-pooing the KMT, that probably built the basis for a population where at least they knew the basics of what a democratic society could be. And then when Jiang Jingguo opened it up and ended martial law, that started the process where it was just natural that everybody, when you no longer have a secret police monitoring and forcing people to toe the line, it's a natural process for people to want to have representation. And when that took on a life of its own, just having one opposition party, the whole apparatus of totalitarian or authoritarian control just went by the wayside. These conditions never existed in China. I was in China quite frequently during one very hopeful period. And I think what Peter was referring to, when there were actually elections in the local councils.
Yeah, God, that feels like a lifetime ago.
It wasn't it. But when you have a corrupt system, when you have basically still one party rule, that just didn't give you the environment in order to nurture that to actually threaten central authority. So
I mean, every country, if you're going to democratize, is going to get their own way, and there are things that can certainly speed it around. You can have a rule of law, which China has never had. They have law by rule, and I'd argue that the Russians have never had it. You need to have a degree of economic capacity so that people have the freedom to plan for their future. And that's one of the reasons why the Arab world writ large just has not done well outside of Tunisia. And even in Tunisia, it's been a little touch and go from time to time. Because if you're concerned about what you're going to get for your next meal, your next day, you're not thinking about a mortgage. And until you can get a middle class that actually has a vested interest in political stability, upheaval does not do well with democratic norms. China just is trying to get the second one. But I think what we're seeing now with the general breakdown of globalization is most Chinese are now realize that is probably out of reach. If you throw that into the general demographic situation where if you're one of the handful of people who's alive in China who's under age 30, you now know that you also are fighting a gerontocracy. And in that sort of environment, I mean, in the United States, I'm a Gen Xer. We bitch about the baby boomers because they can outvote us for anything. But can you imagine if in the United States, there were fewer millennials than Gen X and fewer Zoomers than millennials, and the boomers held all the wealth, and they insisted on voting on everything? I mean, that's now the best case scenario for the Chinese. And if you are younger, you know you will never be part of the system. You will never benefit from the system. That's a challenge they're going to be dealing with for the next year or two that I haven't really started on yet.
Peter. Oh, sorry, Peter. There's a question from the audience, and we get this a bit. How does the West circumvent future problems from China? And the person was referencing divestment, people moving those iPhone factories. I'm picking on an iPhone. I mean anything. Moving those factories to Indonesia, Malaysia, maybe not Vietnam, too close to China. Who knows? If that is a solution, why hasn't it been done?
Well, that's a messy one.
And just if you want, can you use Italy? Yeah, so Italy did it. Italy, there were noises out of Italy after COVID kicked off about Wuhan being open to Milan and saying time to move factories out. I don't know if they ended up following through with it. Maybe but I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
There was some of that. To say that there's an overarching Western plan for China implies that there's an overarching Western plan for anything. And honestly, the degree of agreement that we've had in the West on Ukraine has been spectacular and unprecedented. And I'd argue probably not replicable. The Chinese have been the best advocates for overall anti-Chinese sentiment. The whole warrior wolf diplomacy was designed in China to beat the nationalist drum, to unify the population. And in doing that, it was broadly successful, but it did so at the cost of alienating pretty much everyone who matters around the world. The challenge we're facing now, the challenge the Chinese are facing now, is that they're no longer economically viable. The demographic decline is so far advanced, and that the cost of Chinese labor is so high that anyone who is a reshored or friend short or D-short or whatever shore you want to use, any aspect of the supply chain is doing much better. And what we're going to see in the next couple of months are these mass disruptions as COVID just rips through the population and probably kills millions. And that's going to make it very, very easy for anyone who wants to move stuff out of China to do it, because the alternative is to not have stuff. In the case of iPhone, which is, in my opinion, a really good kind of proxy for this, because Apple is the American company that has doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on China at every opportunity, regardless of what the warning sign is. We're going to have supply chain disruptions that are going to last for years, because you don't rebuild 90% of your supply chain in a different country or series of countries in anything but a multi-year time frame. So economics are taking care of this for us before we start thinking of national security and government policy. Now, we're still having that as well. And the Biden administration, to force American citizens working in the Chinese semiconductor sector to choose between their jobs and their citizenship, is a great example of how all of this can turn on a dime. It is very easy, very, very, very easy for a even half implemented policy in the Western world to have outsized and damning effects across the Chinese system, because they really are dependent upon everyone on the outside for their markets and their resource access and their technology. And it doesn't take much of a conscious effort to break any part of that. And so we're now seeing the demographic situation and this kind of strategic awakening, if that's the right word, all at the same time that China has descended into a cult of personality driven by nationalist narcissism. And none of this ends well for the Chinese.
That's just also fascinating. I think yes, the communists will claim credit for sort of improving the livelihoods of the population in China, but I think, Peter, you pointed out that wages have gone up, so significantly, whereas productivity has only doubled. And isn't this going to mean that basically the economics is just going to drive the factories out to other sort of more favorable places, especially?
It's kind of funny. We've had the crackdown on Hong Kong. We've had a documented genocide that everyone outside of Chinese state media agrees on. We've got the war drums going on Taiwan. We've got support for a genocidal war in Russia, and the business community, for the most part, is like, this isn't part of our problem. But now that the economics of labor have shifted, now we're seeing the shift. So it's one of those that the regions have always been there. We've always known that this relationship was going to implode in time, and now we're here.
Peter, do you see any possibility of the United States eventually looking at getting back into the TPP deal as a mechanism to sort of do that diversification that Yehuda was talking about?
Oh, well, that would definitely be the smart play. I think one of the biggest disappointments that I have in American politics over the last several years is when Hillary Clinton, who negotiated the TPP, decided to campaign against it in order to get the populist vote. There was an opportunity there for the business community to shift from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. And from a purely strategic political point of view, that might have been a good time to make that push. She obviously chose to go the other direction. And so now both parties are shaped by populist forces, if not actually dictated by them. Now, we will get through this process. We are going through a political reshuffling in the United States, and everything's kind of up in the air. You throw in social media, it gets very loud, very proud, very angry. And this is the 7th time we've done this, and we will get through it. But at the moment, national security conservatives and the business conservatives are no longer part of either governing coalition. And until they land somewhere, it is difficult for me to see the United States having a trade policy that is anything but driven by popular mercantilism and protectionism. Now, if our end goal on the other side of this transition 5-6 years from now is to engage selectively with parts of the world, the TPP is a good framework to start from. Remember that almost every phrase and almost all the technical language in the TPP originated with Washington. This was a trade deal we wrote for ourselves to impose on everyone, and it was almost there. But the populace didn't like that, and that's why it got shoved to the side. So it's a logical starting point for whatever's next. In fact, Trump used the TPP text as the basis for NAFTA too.
Peter, speaking of Trump, dovetailing onto him, I'm sure you know David Frum, fellow Canadian. He actually just grew up down the street from me. He wrote an article after Trump's presidency. He's not a big fan of Trump, I don't think. And
no, he is not.
He wrote, and it was an interesting article because it said it was I want to say 13 or 14 or 7. He goes, 13 things Trump did right. I guess he might have been searching very hard in his mind to figure them out. And one of them was a very detailed section on his China policy. To the uninitiated, including myself, what was good about the poll? Was it because it was so crazy? Was he a mad King George? Was he? The Chinese were they afraid of him? Were his policies driven by smarter people who said this is what you should do to stick it to the Chinese? Can you speak to that at all for us?
Sure. So I've outlined some of the reasons why I thought it was worth trying for a partnership with the Chinese and worth trying to include the Chinese into the broader international community. I was part of kind of an association of thought leaders who could see the potential. And can you imagine how we could solve things like Iraq and Iran and North Korea if the Chinese and us could agree to disagree on some issues, but kind of work hand in hand on some of the more vexing stuff? I mean, whether it's climate change or intellectual property protection, having the two largest economies in the system directly agree on rules, that would be a big win. I was wrong. And Trump was the first national level politician with gravitas to say I was wrong and say that everyone who believed my way was wrong. I was wrong. And he changed the nature of the conversation. As we went from the 80s to the 90s to the aughts to the 10s, the coalition of people who were willing to try to work with China steadily whittled down for independent reasons. And by the time we got to 2015, it was really just the business community left. And so Trump kicked them out and got to where the rest of the country already was. Now, he didn't go far enough, I think we can all agree now, because we had a tweet storm and we got the phase 1 deal, but then he never dealt with it again. And so it's been up to Joe Biden to basically go through Trump's tweets and build them into policy and run them through a grammar checker and actually implement them and incorporate them into the bureaucracy. And that is now all happening at scale now. But that probably wouldn't have happened unless Trump broke the ice.
Do you think he did it on purpose? I mean, is it dumb luck? Like it feels like the Chinese were petrified.
I'm going to have to plead no contest on that one. Trump is a lot like Elon Musk in that he has an idea and he tries to make it happen. But then 20 minutes later, he sees a cat and he's off.
Well, he did argue against China since a long time ago, so it was probably an idiot fix. We have Peter Doran, who has joined us also for a question. Peter.
Yes. Another Peter. Peter squared. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, Peter, this is Peter Duran. I got to say, I always love talking and meeting another Peter. I personally, I'm biased. I think it's a great name. It's done me well. Hey, Peter, I have always found your insight and analysis very thought-provoking, and I've really enjoyed the tete-a-tete that we've had here on the Maria Report today. I wanted to pick your brain and perhaps from that promised future of a borderless, globalized world, and it looks like countries are now teaming together and economies are becoming more tightly aligned around geopolitical influences or interests, I should say. And I look at the question over the future of semiconductor production. How is that going to shake out? So I wondered if you could just share your thoughts. Do you think that we are starting to see a fracturing economic world where geopolitical alliances or temporary alliances are leading us in that direction?
Absolutely. The question, I think, just to kind of focus what you're saying there a little bit more, is whether it's going to be national or transnational and have a regional feel. So in the United States, it's definitely NAFTA-centric. In fact, I would argue, to kind of play on Frum's top 13 list for Trump, I would say the single biggest contribution that Donald Trump has made to the United States is convincing the American right, the American hard right, the American populist right, dare I say a little bit racist American right, that Mexicans are part of the family. And that is, the idea of integration with Mexico, the American right, now a non-issue. And I think that's brilliant. The question is, who else can be invited to the party? We do have a few trade deals out there that I think are very promising, specifically with Colombia and Australia. And I think the Japanese were able to cut a humiliating deal with the Trump administration that they reaffirmed with Biden. So I think they found a way to kind of buy themselves in. It's an open question whether the Brits can swallow their pride and join the club as well. And then I think in a post-Germany EU, the Scandinavian bloc is most likely to accede to some sort of NAFTA affiliation. That might be it. I would love for Southeast Asia to be part of the club too, but we're too far out from that, and that kind of gets wrapped up in that TTP question. If we can pull that together again in a reasonable time frame, then that is going to be the club that matters moving forward. Beyond that, though, the clubs get really small. The Japanese might have been the core of their own, but they've decided that's not their path. Turkey has its own neighborhood, but not a lot of it is economically dynamic. With the Europeans in trouble, I can see France emerging from the wreckage, but there's only so far that the French can reach. Italy, maybe North Africa, but that's about it. And then, of course, you've got the Western Hemisphere that's kind of this dual area where they both don't care for the Americans all that much, but they really enjoy the Americans provide, kind of existing in some sort of middle room. But the ages of the broad integration are on. This might be a good way to think about it. Think of the world as it existed in 1987. You had a Western world that was American anchored. Then you had the Soviet world that was Russian anchored. And then you had the non-aligned movement that was kind of playing both sides. What happened with the Soviet fall is we finally, for the first time in world history, brought in everyone to the same rules-based order. The three biggest nations being China, Russia, and Brazil. And the growth that we have seen around the world since 1992 is largely because of the metabolization of the resources and the potential of those three countries. Whether it was for manufactured goods, for fertilizer, food production, whatever it was, those three are the ones that really moved the needle. We're now unwinding that. And so we have to take the hyper growth of 1992 back in a changed demographic environment when we can't rebuild the Western world like it was during the Cold War. And so the question is whether there's some places with some demographic growth that can kind of align themselves with the United States. And that's where I have the hope for Southeast Asia, but it is not a done deal.
Peter, I wanted to just remind our audience, we have some new listeners, to please do follow the Maine Maria Report Twitter handle. And for other listeners, please give Peter a follow. Obviously, incredibly insightful, great author as well. And we're glad to have you. Peter, we've been here for 10 months, broadcasting to the world. We're the largest Twitter space ongoing. I think we're the largest online space dedicated to combating Russian disinformation and supporting Ukraine in this genocidal invasion. So I just wanted to let you know that you're amongst friends here. You're welcome anytime, really. But what's important is this is kind of like an information operation. We're kind of on the forefront of how information and data is shared. As you know, we have Ukrainians on the ground talking. We have members of parliament, congressional types, chiefs of staff for Congress, men and women here every day. And it's a truly unique situation. We have hundreds of volunteers, 40 full-time volunteers that stay on the phone or computer 24 hours a day. And I think it's probably a first. A friend of mine said he suspects we're putting collectively our fingers on the scales of history in keeping and holding the fort. So I think you were probably told what you did before you got here, but I just wanted to say it again to the new audience. Please give us a follow, Maria Report, on Twitter. And also, we rebroadcast on Spotify and on YouTube, and we have FM radio stations in the Midwest that rebroadcast our transmissions, which is pretty cool. And soon, hopefully, we'll be doing more. Please do go to the mariareport.org website. You can sign up for a newsletter if you want to keep in touch in case Elon does something a little erratic with Twitter. We don't know, right, Peter?
Anyway, thanks for having me, guys. I love what you do. And by all means, keep it up. Luckily, combating Russian information is a little easier than it was during the Soviet period, just because it's so obviously crap. I mean, you're still going to get the blind ideologues who will believe anything that they think is anti-American, but for the most part, it's just an issue of highlighting how ridiculous it is, and you guys are great at that.
Well, hey, I mean, it's a low-hanging fruit. Being able to dismiss the Jewish neo-Nazi president conspiracy or Satanism as a real threat to the world, it's not a very nuanced position to take, right?
No, and I'm glad you guys do it every day.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and Colby, thank you, and Axel, and the host, and everyone. We do hope you come again whenever you'd like. You know, even if you're driving in the car, it's always a good time.
Careful what you wait for.
All right, are you up for time there, Peter?
Yeah, I need to be going in a couple minutes.
All right.
All right. Well, I don't know. Last questions, Colby or Axel?
Well, the question then is for Peter. Are we doing enough in deterring, because you highlighted the splendid isolation Xi finds himself in and trying to, say, segregate himself from the rest of Chinese elites. Are we doing enough to deterring him by means of our posture towards Russia?
We can always do more, but it's always a balance. We need to keep the Germans in the game. We need to keep the Ukrainians in the fight. And we need to keep the Ukrainians online at least until the winter is over. At that point, the Ukrainians will have had 6 months to do deferred maintenance on all the equipment they captured at Kherson and Izium. And there will be another 40,000 minimum NATO-trained Ukrainians operating on weapon systems that are not even in theater yet. And we are going to get our Athens versus Sparta fight in May and June. So if you're going to buckle down, now is absolutely the time. And we're going to have a very good idea of just how this is going to unfold by the time we get to the end of June.
Wheels are moving right now in NATO across Europe to ramp up the training, the collective training of Ukrainian troops and especially, as you just said, Peter, on platforms they don't even have. Amazing.
Yeah, this is the fastest training program NATO has done ever. And so far, the Ukrainians are proving able and creative students.
Yep. Again, thanks so much for being here, Peter. We do hope to see you anytime you'd like to come up. For our audience, please do go give Peter a follow and read his stuff. It's great. Thank you so very much.
No problem. You guys take care.
All right. Thank you, Peter. We need more sounds of Colorado.
Actually, John's in Colorado too. We got a lot of Colorado
and both with staccato speed and depth. Peter Zahn. Everybody, give a great hand to our star guest. It was an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. I don't know what that was. Was that you?
No, it wasn't me, but somebody appreciated it so much that they played a little tune.
Yes. Well, listen, there you've heard it. Great analysis, 30,000 feet in some cases and more granular in others. And I think that's exactly what we need, and we continue to push through. We dropped Colby, I think, and both Peters. So, Ray, interesting, no?
Oh, absolutely. Always enjoyed his, like you said, from very, very high altitude, but also pertinent and very critical details. That's fascinating. I think one point that he made, which it's very apparent in China right now, is you have some of the younger people basically having this subculture, which they called originally they called 躺平, which means to lie flat, and now it's even called 摆烂, to let it rot. Basically, when you have a whole segment of your most important young workers feeling that they're left out of the of the prosperity dream and never being able to get up to having a decent life, which much of it is tied up in real estate. You have people basically, checking out of society, and that's not a very healthy situation for China.
No, absolutely not. They're definitely going through it's interesting that what Peter was mentioning about how the chips are falling where they may, so to speak. That it might not be a coordinated economic plan, because how often are we coordinated? But business will eventually have to correct itself. Big companies like Apple, which have always, I'm glad he said, doubled, tripled down on bad business ethics. As I speak to you from my iPhone, I think it's relevant because there's going to have to be a shift somewhere. Maybe not de-incentivizing, but incentivizing companies to go to other countries with tax breaks or whatnot. I was going to ask him that actually. What are the actual what are the mechanics involved? How would they work to get businesses to relocate? It could just be the way the market moves, right? Pricing and labor going up, and that's what he was hinting at. The truth is, this is a monster of China's own creation, and I think they almost, to use a silly term, I feel like they thought they could fake it until they make it, but they're not there. And that's just not how it worked out, and it's not going to work out in the end for them. The artificiality is so great there, eh, Ray?
Oh, absolutely, and I think Peter hit the sort of central reason, that nail right in the head, because it's the sort of consolidation of power, even to a greater extent than Mao Zedong. I mean, Mao Zedong had got rid of everybody else, but there was still Zhou Enlai, next to him, and this ossification that he mentions, it's so clear. They made some terrible decisions, like, for example, right at the very, very beginning of the crisis with COVID. There was a deal that was already ready to be signed with BioNTech, ready to actually open a factory in Shanghai to make the mRNA vaccine, which would have worked. And they also had a choice of going, even if they went with Sputnik or obviously the ChAdOx, the Oxford vaccine that AstraZeneca was making and basically selling not for profit. Any of those moves, they could have basically avoided this whole problem. But with the whole reputation, almost like the warrior wolf diplomacy, that they basically just couldn't accept being wrong. And what worked at the beginning is now backfiring on them, and they've now stopped this zero COVID policy, which doesn't work because it's so contagious. And now they're opening up without any preparations, and sadly, we're going to see a lot of people dying. The hospitals are filling up right now with people infected, and they didn't have any immunity because they have been isolated. So, yeah, there must be a God.
Well, it's one of those things. Hey, listen, a lot of people were trying to get up, about half a dozen or 10 people. I tried adding you. It looks like it's cycled you down. So if you do want to come up to speak, just do re-request it again. Nothing personal, just a bit of a Twitter glitch. We'd love to have you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ray, you can stay. We still have space on the panel. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have space. It's just that there was a bunch of people. Did
I
you add them
added,
too, Axel?
I added 3 of them. 2 of them dropped again.
Yeah. It looks like it's a glitch. So welcome to Richard and Prairie Girl, not to be confused with Prairie Guy.
Hi.
Richard.
Forgive me, but this is my first time doing a Twitter space. This is Richard. Should I just start speaking, or do I need to?
No, yeah, you can, but just for future, there's a hand under the heart. There's a heart button with a plus on it. When you click on it, you get a bunch of icons, and one of them is a raised hand, and that way we know you are in the queue. But there was no one in the queue, so go ahead, Richard. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. So it's my first time hearing you guys, which was great. I was attracted to it by seeing that Peter Zeihan was on here. I read a couple of his books, and I just found he gives me, he'll tell you he's not a subject matter expert, like on a vertical basis, but he's kind of reaches broadly across a lot of different domains. while specializing in demographics and other things. And so I just found it was such a useful way to understand, have a framework of understanding where we are, right? I think that's kind of the problem a lot of people have right now, is that it's hard to know, with all the fractured media in the US anyway, what frame of reference you are supposed to consider different information, right? And so I think he kind of succinctly provides some immutable facts, right, that are hard to dispute, about geography, about demography, economics, and I like to think I'm a autodidactic person that understands a lot of different domains, but it's really hard to connect them. And so I just found his work to be very accessible. And when I you guys probably talked about this, but his book was recently listed on the Financial Times as like one of the books to read, I think, for 2022. And so I'm actually giving it to a bunch of my friends and family, just to have like a common framework to talk about the world. So I'm just a big fan of Peter Zeihan. And I think I figured out, I wanted to understand if this was being recorded. I think I just saw in another tweet that it is being recorded on your site. So I really like to go back and look at that. And I'll just sort of leave you at this, as somebody that studied Russian for a long time, Russian history and the language, and kind of gave up on it in college because I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. I do have some insight into
war crimes investigator.
I don't know. My brother actually is a reporter for the Radio Free Europe. He, Mike Eckel. So you can follow.
Bring him in. Bring him in here. I'm kind of curious. What do you think? We've been doing this for 10 months, and we have people like Peter. We have all sorts of analysts, military types. General Hodges. You might see him on 2 or 3 minutes on the TV, but he comes on for 2 or 3 hours here. So you should definitely give us a bookmark there.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll mention it to him to see if he's interested in coming on. The thing I like about Peter Zeihan is that he's a little bit. I don't know what the word is, irreverent maybe, and like his approach. And I think he makes it, not so erudite, the discussions, and allows people that don't have, the interest that say I do, or like my brother does, into geopolitics, to kind of, it makes it accessible. I think that's what he does well. But I also value like reading my brother's analysis, because like he lives in Prague. He's lived almost half his life in Europe or in Russia, covering that part of the world, not just Russia, but like, and so he at one point had written for the Associated Press in Moscow and some other properties, I guess,
publications.
Yeah. And so I think what's interesting about reading his stuff is sometimes you read his stuff in Radio Free Europe, and it's for that audience, right? It's for Eastern Europe. And so he doesn't need to give all like the context that Americans usually need, right? Whereas I think when he was writing for the Associated Press, the way I looked at a lot of what he did, especially when he was copy editing, was writing stuff that so Americans could understand. He doesn't just talk about like Red Square. He explains Red Square in Moscow, right? He has to put that extra context in there. And so anyway, I'm not sure. I'm sort of making a generalized.
Peter's very relatable. Yeah, he's relatable, and he's a good teacher. He can speak to people that might not have all the information on the topic.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. I don't want to monopolize too much time, but I'll definitely check this out.
Not at all. Yeah, check it out. We have our website. You can see a list of our speakers and our recordings. We have some really good ones. General McRyan is also a favorite of the space. And he's always great. I'm not sure if you know who he is. He's in Australia.
How about Stephen Kotkin? Have you reached out to him?
We actually did. Yes, we reached out to him because a friend of ours had interviewed him. He just had a very busy schedule and he hasn't replied in recent weeks. But if somebody who's listening at the moment is very close to him, please give him a nudge again.
I mean, that's another guy that I think would be on this particular topic, the Russian invasion. It's easy to fall into Cold War narratives to, from the U.S. perspective to understanding this war, but it's in some ways the causes are counterintuitive to that. So
100%. Well, if you know him, do reach out. Have your brother reach out too. We do have, I'll be honest with you, we have AP, Reuters. There was a time in the beginning for the first, I think, 5 months, Deutsche Welle and the conflict zone team were here every 24 hours a day. So we have to understand we have contacts in the fighting on the ground, officers, soldiers, and giving what they can share. So it was pretty important. We've also had Ukrainian cabinet ministers, parliamentarians, head of the SBU. It's really an amazing. I'm kind of plugging ourselves here, Richard.
That's okay. Well, I recommend
an amazing group of people.
I would recommend you just reach out to him yourself. I think it's Mike Eckel.
Yeah,
BBG.
All right, we'll do that.
And just let him know. You could say that, like, I mentioned his name. That may actually get him.
Your brother.
He might actually respond. Then.
We'll say your brother demanded that you come on our show. Can we say that?
Sure. Do whatever you want.
You're not going to get a Christmas present unless you come on the show.
Forward him. You can forward him a link to the recording and the time we started talking, and just say,
yeah. All right, fair enough. Are you going to spill the beans on the mean things you did to you growing up? That's what we'll do.
Oh,
no.
Sure. It's not really. He's a very nice brother. So.
Okay, I'm sure he is. But no. Thanks so much for that, and we'll definitely send him a note.
I would say, can I say one other thing? One other book that I thought would be accessible for like Americans trying to understand the space is the book by Bill Browder, Red Notice. And what I found really useful about that book, although it may be somewhat self-serving for Bill Browder to make him more of a hero instead of a more complicated person, was just the modern history of Russia from an economic standpoint after the collapse. I mean, as somebody that studied Russian and the Russian culture for many years, I didn't actually go, I think, until 2001 maybe, or 2003, I forget. Whenever the 50th anniversary or 60th anniversary of the surrender of Germany to Russia in May that year. And even I hadn't really fully understood how big an impact like World War II had on Russia in terms of the people that died and how that demographically screwed up their demographics.
Yeah.
But he gives a really interesting modern history of how kind of what happened in Russia in a way that I didn't quite understand it. Because I remember we had this tour guide when we were there, and she, was really lamenting the times before Russia, the curtain came down, or the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was just interesting to hear that. I mean, she was clearly part of the elite in the crowd, and she could travel and stuff, which most people couldn't under the Soviet Union. But my point is that I don't think a lot of times in the West we celebrate, oh, isn't it great the Soviet Union collapsed? In actuality, it was like the Wild West, like back to a barter system, and Bill Browder's experience talking about just how chaotic it was and why somebody like Putin would be attractive after such chaos. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Interesting. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thanks for speaking, Richard. We're going to go over to MS. Had their hand up for a bit.
And Richard, I sent your brother a message.
Hey, hi guys. I I have to make a comment, not based on the last speaker, but the one before, and I hate to sound controversial. And I know this is somewhat off topic, but it's just based on a comment. He said something to the effect that people are getting sick because they were masking for so long and not exposed to pathogens. And I just need to clarify that as someone who's in public health, because that is quite a dangerous comment for all the listeners here who think masking is somehow putting them at risk. It's
And
actually
just to clarify, he said isolated. I don't think he said masking.
no, but
go
I
on.
think that's what it goes hand in hand, and it's part of misinformation that's out there. If you look at countries that didn't mask, they're having the same struggles with flu and RSV. There's a number of reasons for that. One of which may be that there's data starting to suggest, well, I don't think there's data out there that COVID does compromise your immunity. So with a compromised immunity, obviously you don't have the same capacity to fight when you get hit with the flu or RSV. So I just want to clarify that, because health systems around the globe are collapsing because people aren't masking. They're thinking they need to be exposed to infections to have a working immune system, and that's absolutely not true. Your immune system doesn't work that way. So anyways, I just wanted to add that, and thank you again for all the work you do and the vibrant conversation. I really appreciate it.
No problem. I think Ray wants to jump in because he was that person. So just let's keep it short. We don't want to get into a COVID discussion right now, but go ahead, Ray.
No, of course, no. I just wanted to clarify, and I support that comment that things taken out of context could be dangerous, and we're really talking about China not doing the right things. And it's not just relying on isolation. It's the fact that they also did not push boosters, and their vaccine was not as effective as the mRNA and the ChAdOx vaccine to begin with. And when the ideal situation is obviously if you've been vaccinated, and that you don't have you don't have this draconian, very, very strict isolation to just completely avoid contact. That's just counterproductive what China did. It's a combination of things. It's not just not masking. Obviously would never advocate not masking.
That's what I thought. No worries. Well, I just think it was a misunderstanding, and I think we've cleared the air. Get it, cleared the air. A little pun. Viruses, masks in the air. Okay, great. We've got David, who's come up. I'm not sure who that is. Well, it looks like Uncle Sam. Thanks for that, MS, as well. I think there are a lot of confluence of bad decisions that the Chinese government has made, and they're finding themselves in a whole lot of trouble. Most of it self-inflicted. Axel, we'll reach out to Mike.
Already did. I sent him a message. We'll see how it goes.
Great. Now, Prairie Girl, we're going to try to bring other people up. You've been up. Do you have a question? You want to raise your hand? Same with you, David. If not, we're just going to move people down the listener if you don't have a question. And remember, do retweet the space. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, sharing what's going on around the world. Here we go. All right, David, go ahead.
Yep. Hey, guys. Really enjoying listening. It's the first time listening to a Twitter space and the first time listening to you guys. I'm familiar with some of you guys' tweets. One of the things that Peter Zeihan was asked about was, China and, what are they doing? Why aren't they supporting Russia more and whatever? And one thing that I think Peter tends to kind of gloss over is some of the economic side of, what's going on geopolitically. So I just wondered, it wasn't mentioned, the context, it's like China is not supporting Russia directly, but is very aggressively buying gold, is very aggressively dumping US treasuries, and is very aggressively, in a sense, fueling an environment where inflation could, basically get a lot worse in the US. China could be accruing all this gold to, try and they're visiting Saudi Arabia. They're maybe trying and they're how do I put this? Like, is it not the case that Russia is kind of like their bulldog, and they're moving more in the background on the economic front, trying to attack the US dollar? I wonder what you guys thought of that.
That's a good question. And just before we go to Ray, then Axel, someone sent me a message. Our David sounds different. We have another Irish David, just so you know, David, and his name's David Farrell. But you are not the same people. Just got a question about that. All right, let's go to Ray.
Yeah, maybe I can just respond to that and give a little bit of context. It may not be the complete answer, but China actually is in a whole load of financial difficulties. You may have heard, or may not have heard of their situation with the world's biggest bankruptcy. One of the world's biggest real estate companies had been heavily leveraged. Got access to Western, actually particularly U.S. Financial markets, and sold a lot of bonds, basically to finance a real estate property bubble in China. And because of Xi Jinping's interference, basically the central government says, we don't like the situation where some of these companies are so heavily leveraged, so much in debt, that they arbitrarily put in this policy of the 3 red lines to say that you have to meet certain criteria in order to have access to borrowing. And because of the way that their property market works, it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme. They basically sell rights to buy an apartment even before it's built, and then they use the money that they get from the down payment to go and finance another construction, because this is. The property market was very, very hot for a long time, and because of all of this, and because of the 3 red lines, many of these property companies, construction companies, they can't finish their projects, and they needed a huge bailout from the central government. So that's one of the reasons. And right at the very beginning, they were talking about tossing in $44 billion US dollars to prop things up, and that may be one of the major reasons behind them dumping the treasuries. It's not something offensive to hurt the U.S., but rather it's something to bail themselves out. And of course, Russia has a lot of gold, and with they mine and they I guess they hoard a lot of gold, and when the sanctions hit and they can't sell anything else, that's something that they are selling in order to just raise funds. So maybe my sense, it's probably not a concerted effort to hurt the West, as much more to help themselves.
Self-preservation, you're saying. Axel, what do you think?
I still think that the Chinese economy has reached a point of there is a point of no return when you have over-leveraged your real estate market without the capacity to sustain it, because there's no value creation in most of those cities. And their export model, as Peter Zeihan said, is challenged. They will run out of runway. They will have less runway than they thought, and therefore you will see the valuations crater. More banks fail, so-called banks in China, and the shadow banking market of China will then literally be, shall we say, their last valve economically. And this is, I think, also what Zeihan is leading at, and others other analysts are leading at this point in time, that there's a tremendous risk of a complete and utter economic default of China, with all the strategic consequences for the supply chain, which then in turn leads to the re-onshoring you briefly touched upon earlier. And the re-onshoring to Europe is the perfect opportunity, not just for Romania and Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Poland, but predominantly also for Ukraine. So if Ukraine achieves its freedom soon and can be rebuilt, it can also take in those specifically French, Italian, and German companies and their investments to utilize the fantastic human capital, culture, and fertile ground for growth. So the re-onshoring for Europe is, in terms of manufacturing capacity, absolutely vital. And it's a necessity that it happens sooner rather than later. And the trend in China is leading to it. That's my view. I think, Ray, you would probably find common ground there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think I really respect Peter's point of view, but find him sometimes quite rightly being a little more U.S. centric in that the viewpoint is looking more at where the U.S. could find partners, like for example Colombia, which he's very very hot on for good reason, that educated workforce and relatively moderate wages but
issue with property rights, right?
He's right, but what you pointed out is equally important, because if you look where are the opportunities? Eastern Europe. There are many of these Eastern European countries that have similar attributes that could be taking up all the slack. I may or may not be as pessimistic. Sometimes I find myself being also having wishful thinking to hope that the China's totalitarian system would fall quicker. But they have competent people. Maybe what Peter says of the ossification of too much centralizing the power may actually be worse than many of us think, and it might actually happen. But generally we think that there are lots of smart people in China, and sometimes they do manage to bail themselves out. But it really looks very bad with the looming financial crisis. Many of the local banks have invested their own money into these failing real estate companies, and I think the central government's going to have to even throw in more money to just bail them out.
Where's Jing? Have you met Jingu, by the way?
On one of these spaces, but I haven't spoken. But
he has some choice words. He doesn't have a lot of hope that the autocracy will fall, and that's sad.
Yeah,
right. We have a new speaker, Hao Yang Sun. Did you want to chime in there?
Yeah, 我会说中文的。我听见你们很多人。I can speak Chinese. I'm Chinese, living in Canada. I think you are very clever. I just want one thing to remember. You told everybody China is dangerous, some stuff. I think actually China is more evil and dangerous than you could possibly think. China is very evil because I think you're European, right? Not Chinese.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, Canadian.
Oh, you mean Raymond? Or?
I mean, generally speaking, European or Canadian very naive. China, so many torture, so many corruption, more than you could possibly think of. China is terrible. That's my concern. Yeah, China is terrible. Because I'm Chinese.
Fair enough. I know. I figured. Yeah. Well, I don't think many of us are naive. We're pretty aware of concentration camps and the way the Chinese treat their own people. I think the previous speaker you're talking to, he's an American. He was trying to talk about ways in which to try to integrate China. And I think Raymond was talking about a hope for a better China. I could be wrong. Raymond?
Oh no, and I think we have also, as MS had reminded us, we have to be careful in our choice of words and really put things in context. It's not the Chinese people. I'm Chinese. Hao is Chinese. We all have hopes for a more human and better society, and that includes China. It's really the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, that has been. I think that the facts speak for themselves, that they do a lot of pretty bad things, and we need to sort of make sure that we don't sometimes equate China or the Chinese people with the CCP.
For example,
sometimes it's unimaginable.
The most oppressed people on the planet, if you look at it in numbers, is the Chinese person, isn't it?
No, quite true. Quite true.
Right. So over 1 billion of them. So how maybe you could find common ground, how that in fact it's the CCP that's ruining China. How?
It's a big question. Every day Chinese, just like so many forums, we talk about the question. I think 1 million times. CCP is Chinese or Chinese CCP? That's a big question. I think I cannot answer the question because if I explain, somebody gonna piss off. I think we have to focus on the reality, and if you study the history of 1,000 years, if you study history of China, you forget about the CCP. We didn't talk about the Chinese Communist Party. If you learn 1,000 years, Chinese history looks like they have nothing to do with just like democracy, jurisdiction, independence, religion, philosophy. Chinese 1,000 years, they do not have any civilization. I mean, zero, no any civilization. Yeah, that's my answer.
Mm-hmm. No civilization. What do you think the solution is then?
1,000 years, not easy to change.
No. But a lot of cultures were empires and kingdoms, and even the United Kingdom was a monarchy, an absolute monarchy at some point. Don't you think the Chinese can change as well?
Not easy. Generally speaking, we talk about nothing is 100%, 95%. I think 99% nobody can change 1,000 year history of China tradition. That I call it tradition. Only one example: China have to be separate to 10 or 7 small countries. If China separate, that's quickly they can easily accept democracy. If you separate to 7 or 8, Tibetan, Mongolia, Uyghur, and Taiwan, every small country independent, they can compete with each other. They can learn human rights, how to respect, just like freedom of speech. They can pick up everything quickly. If China united as a big country, I think 1,000 years nobody can change it.
So what should the West do with China? What's your angle? You don't think that they should deal with China, make products there? What do you think?
Economic, because China is totalitarian. Never do business with totalitarian because everything unpredictable. Xi Jinping is a crazy guy. I can tell you some how to say that analogy. Which one is evil? Hitler is evil, 8. Joseph Stalin is evil, 7. Xi Jinping, Mao Zedong is evil. I think is 10. Very evil.
All right, Raymond, what do you think? Sorry, this is your wheelhouse.
Well, it's hard to disagree with some of this, but I tend to end up being polite like everybody else, just like all these the Western business community that held out a lot of hope, just like Peter said he did, and so did I, to hope that China, as a large entity, could slowly get into this rule-based society and move to freedom and democracy and things that are just what can we say, more civilized way and representative government. But we were disappointed, and sometimes it's hard to argue with this thought.
With emotions, I guess, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah, and I mean, you got to start somewhere, right? Rome wasn't
Yep.
built in a day.
And yeah, and
Yeah,
if I may, I think, and if I may, Taiwan and Hong Kong gives people hope that it is achievable. Whether or not it has to be like broken up into smaller pieces, remains to be seen. But if you have the right environment, just like what Peter mentioned, that you have the middle class, you have people who have an economic motivation to have freedom and accountability. Hong Kong for a long time didn't have representative democracy, but had rule of law and a fair court system, and that led to
what happened today in Hong Kong. What happened today?
If I may, we're talking about historically how this happened, how that they became more free, but obviously with the imposition of the national security law, we have an exodus of people who had hope for Hong Kong, and that hope is dashed. We see that reality, but I think we're talking more on a more theoretical and speculative realm as to whether it is possible for Chinese society to be free and democratized, and the answer has to be absolutely yes. Taiwan, you leave them alone, and you give them the right conditions, it will happen. Hong Kong had it earlier. They had a elected legislature, but didn't have that.
They have to separate.
Okay, I'm not going to argue against that, but a little controversial. So anyway.
I think I appreciate your sentiment, Hao, and I think Raymond's just trying to be civil. And one of these starting points, not about naivety. No one's going to be able to tell China, by the way, you're going to have to stop your regime and break up into smaller countries. There has to be change, obviously driven from within China itself, in order to alleviate really the largest humanitarian disaster in the history of the world is China. I think people, I don't think we're naive. I think everyone notices that, right? What other country can put 2 million Uyghurs in concentration camps and call them re-education facilities? It's a bizarre dystopian regime and world, really. We all know that. So thanks for that. And we're going to go to Laughing Tommy. David, did that answer your questions, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I still kind of harbor, if I'm honest, it answers my question. It gives me another perspective, another view. But, I still think that, like not everything that the Chinese government does is logical. We can see that, Peter Zeihan talks about them sort of disinfecting runways and mirrors on buses and things. So, not always the most logical choices are made. So, I do kind of respect that in some ways what they're doing is, how do I put this, almost biting the hand that feeds them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they won't do it or won't at least try and do it. And I still think that they do have designs on the petrodollar. I just don't have any comprehension of how successful, regardless of how crazy it is, how successful that attempt to actually attack the dollar itself might be.
David, I can help you. With their terms of trade, the Chinese cannot actually manage to attain any kind of currency stability in future. The lack of value creation in the country and the utter degradation of their banking system and their real estate portfolio values will lead to a complete collapse of the renminbi if they keep it that way. And they are dependent on our dollars. So they have no possibility to establish a currency regime because nobody believes in the underlying value. Therefore, you will not keep that currency as a reserve currency. It makes no sense.
As actually shown, I think a more direct answer to David's question was, as was shown in the discussion with the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia, basically they felt that China needed them more than they needed the renminbi as the currency to replace the petrodollar. So China was rebuffed.
Okay. Thanks for the answers. It's really nice to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, David. Laughing Tommy.
Hi, Yehuda. I very much am grateful for the interview by Peter Zan and for all the wonderful discussion that happened. I wanted to ask Hao Yang-soon if it was possible for him to message me or tell me now if that's okay with the space about the 10 different entities he thinks should result from a China breakdown, because I've been trying to study how a post-Russian or post-Chinese space may function in the corresponding regions. So, and with China, I've only gotten as far as I think 6 different entities. So I wondered what 10
How
would
can
be.
you send Laughing Tommy? He's doing some research.
Okay, no
You
problem.
send him a message.
Yeah, welcome. I live in Canada only 20 years. I get education in China. Every just like Asian Chinese poem, everything. 2,000 year history, China, I can understand. And Harvard University and Cambridge, some political thought. I read a lot of book, English book in Canada. I think I can handle both, West and East. Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can help each other. I just want to.
Yeah, he's asking you to DM you because you can't DM. He can't
I DM
DM
already.
you.
I
He
DM
can't
already.
send you a message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just want to.
He just did.
But
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
just want to ask Yuru, co-host, a question. I realize this question for 10 years I cannot answer. Maybe you can help me. For example, first question: if you talk with Iran or Afghanistan, you talk about topic. One lady want to find boyfriend. Oh, if you want to find boyfriend who is strong, yeah, who is sexy, that's okay. If you want to find this boyfriend and 4 boyfriend, 5 boyfriend before marriage, that's okay. Different question, different opinion, you can accept. You want to laugh, acceptable. But if you talk with the topic with Iranian or Afghanistan, generally they will be very angry because they can never accept lady select so many boyfriends. They cannot accept it. It's terrible. Second question is, I talk with a lot of Chinese guys in Canada, maybe million, maybe 1,000. I talk with Chinese guys this question. China, if you want to accept democracy, China had to be separate to 7 or small country, just like 1,000 years ago. Small country, generally speaking, we can compete each other. For example, Guangdong will be independent. I think 3 or 5 years, a lot of university going to go to Guangdong, different religion. They're going to set up a lot of 100, 200 university, free. They did. I think the US never want money. They can set up so many university. Teacher is free. Nobody want to make money. They want to teach you English. That's okay. But trouble here, China had to be separate, 6 small country. If I talk with independence of Tibetan, Mongolia, Uyghur, Taiwan, every Chinese, I can tell you not 50%, 100% Chinese, piss off. They want to kill me. I don't know why. Independent. China, so many nations, Mongolia, Tibetan, they're independent. Yeah, that's okay. That's my suggestion. If I give them suggestion, Chinese guy furious, angry, somebody want to kill me. I don't know why. My suggestion didn't hurt anybody. That's my question. Why?
Why your question to me? I kind of missed your Afghanistan and dating people thing, so I'm going to pass that. I'm just going to go right to why you're asking me why Chinese people you've met in Canada want to kill you for saying that China should break up into small states, or do you mean Chinese people in
They're very
China?
angry. Everybody
But
angry.
everybody. Where everyone, even in Canada?
Yeah, in Canadian, everybody angry about me.
Well, I think you're entitled to your opinion, and I just don't think it'll work. But maybe they're very nationalistic and angry on the inside, and therefore they said they want to kill you. That would be inappropriate completely, and shame on anyone for saying that. You're entitled to your opinion. I can't answer why other people have told you they're mad at you. I think you know that. but it just shows how contentious the issue is in the minds of I assume Chinese, if that's what you're telling me. I'll take your word for it. But is there a point to you asking me that question?
Yeah, I don't know why. Just like Tibetan independent and Quebecois independent, Scotland independent. You can talk with independence. Nobody will angry. We can argue. But Chinese guy, everybody totally angry, totally furious, totally angry.
Well, you're fine with talking about it, and Raymond here is fine. So that's 100% of Chinese people right now.
99, sorry,
99. Right? Okay. Well, there you go, Ray. I got you that 1%. Yeah, I mean, I guess you know the answer better than me, Hal. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions, maybe in that part of the world or in that community, but it's a political culture. And Raymond had a great point. Look at Taiwan. Look at Hong Kong. Obviously, Hong Kong got reabsorbed by China properly, not properly, but fully. But Taiwan is an example. Chinese people, 1,000 years of the same history you just talked about, and they're doing pretty good, aren't they?
You are right. You are very smart. If I talk about China should be separate 7 small country, Hong Kong, Taiwan, they never angry. They talk with us. They talk with me. They never angry. Hong Kong, Taiwan, never angry. Yeah, you're right.
There you go. So there's hope. I guess that's the point Ray was trying to make, that there's hope. I think Peter was making that too. So, all right. Well, I'm glad that helps. How? It looks like we have Toda Stag. I'm not sure. Toda Stag.
Yeah, sorry for that nickname. I've been around for this on this site for a while. Changed account, changed names, changed pictures. So this is just don't even try to load it. It will be probably gone next couple of weeks. Just to the point of independence and territories claiming independence. That is really an issue where you can not only get dictatorships angry. If we remember the Spanish, I think it's the Catalan territory that tried to claim independence, Barcelona. You can see that there's really an edgy kind of subject where even democracies get to the limit of their, tolerance of political movements. So it's not only a Chinese or phenomenon.
All right, fair enough. And I will take that as a comment. Axel, I'm going to pop off in a second here.
Sure,
no
problem.
Leave you to Fortune here, and looks like we're having a very robust conversation about the effects of China on Ukraine through Russia. Thank you so much for listening, everyone. Do retweet the space, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks, Yehudia.
Thanks, Ray, for being so patient.
Well, patience and stoicism is a virtue, isn't it? But it helps us also, Ray, to dissect the arguments and make sure that we come to better conclusions, or at least find out what we don't know. And on that, man.
Well, we try our...
Yes, we do, absolutely. By the way, what I found quite enjoyable when Peter Zeihan cut through the thicket of granularity on the one hand and great trends on the other, that he did not easily stop himself from making bold statements, which is good because it makes then for better discussion. And that has helped us a bit. Just to highlight this, we had this very briefly that we talked about Ludwigshafen and BASF. BASF, as part of its overall, domiciliation policy, has discussed many times over as to what they should be doing after a certain amount of price increase were to be forthcoming, thanks to the planning, this is in the 2000s, of German energy cost rising, given the fact that there was a phase out already ongoing of the nuclear power plants. So these are discussions which are continuous at BASF. What is not happening is that they're relinquishing their cracker, and that is not happening at all at the moment. Ray.
Yeah, obviously that's Peter's area, and I was, and I really need to educate myself as to the difference between primary supply and then LNG never being able to replace Germany's needs. Did I get it right in that BASF is really not just using the natural gas as but for
Ray, you're breaking up. What, Ray?
Sure.
You're breaking up significantly.
Let me try again. I was just asking. Peter is the expert, the subject matter expert in natural gas supplies and the needs of Germany, and his point about LNG not being able to supply all of Germany's needs. I was just trying to understand whether I got it right, in that he's saying BASF is not just using the LNG. The natural gas for energy, but rather for other purposes.
Yes, you need natural gas for them as an inbound product for the plastics creation, and BASF is the dominant force all across Europe for plastics. You need it as a key component, and that's where natural gas flows into the process. So you cannot just simply say you're going to replace that. They have used it to an extent for electricity as well, because it became cheaper for them to do so. However, that part, the electricity component, could technically be very easily replaced by, low cost, easily available nuclear power. Now, the discussion has been had with Mr. Brudermüller, who is the CEO of the group, and who has been pursuing this course for quite some time, because he has been on the board for a long time, not a CEO all the time, but he has been part and parcel of the board, which made these strategic decisions after his return from, serving in China. I think he arrived back in 2008, if I'm not quite mistaken. I would have to check. I think it was 2008 he came back. And he has had a massive, massive influence on how BASF organized itself in terms of structuring. He's a very, very capable man, very well known, but he has banged BASF's business case on that supply of cheap natural gas, as many have. So, and the other part is that the next risk, which comes from there, is that BASF then just was about to invest. This is what Peter Zeihan is looking at: $10 billion into China, and that's a long-standing placement. And the dependency on China as a market for BASF, beyond what they do in Europe and America, is significant. So there are many, many risks vested in such policies. But when it comes to Germany, we had Benjamin Schmidt here, and who is, former national security advisor in the US and also of German descent, and understands the market rather well. Let's put it this way: I know Ludwigshafen very well, and the area thereof, and I can definitely attest to the fact that not everything is as black and white as Peter made it out to be, but I know why he tried to refine the issue. That's completely correct, because the dependency on natural gas does not necessarily go away just because if you replace it as part of the electricity generation mix, because it's used in one of the key products which are important for Europe. And the potential deindustrialization which Germany is incurring by its eminently ludicrous switch to subsidized industries such as solar and wind, as opposed to utilizing some of the safest and best organized and best made nuclear power in the world, in Germany, is astonishing. It's a self-inflicted, wound, let's put it this way.
Yeah, sadly, I think there, as Peter is always quite quick to point out, that when you don't actually when you actually let politics or political philosophy rule as opposed to objective facts, and then just basically deciding to decommission nuclear power, not really rationally. I think hopefully because of this current crisis, that there will be some rethinking of that strategy. Do you see that happening in the Bundestag?
Yeah, I think that the Bundestag is not the relevant medium for this, unfortunately, because that's not how the German democracy works.
You mean it really needs to have the party in power to put forward the policy as opposed to some representative forcing an act on the on the system.
Yeah, I think that the beauty of the U.S. System and Congress and the Senate is that individual senators or individual congressmen can form groups of interested people who are willing to sponsor and co-sponsor a bill. They can go across party lines and then go for something which is regionally or industry-wise or for a specific purpose relevant, and then say try to produce a bill. Obviously, this is making sausage, and it's much more complicated than I just made it out to be. But still, this is a technical. This is an opportunity. Such matters rarely ever come up in Germany. It's extremely rare that a bill is not proposed by either the government or a counter bill is proposed by the opposition. This is what coalition politics and coalition agreements, which is the legal agreement between the coalition parties at the very beginning of their coalition, typically, which then oblige them to do certain things and maintain coalition voting discipline in parliament, end up being. So, which is one of the major discussion points in Germany, that essentially coalition agreements, which only came to be, I think the first one is with the Grand Coalition between the CDU and SPD, if I'm not quite mistaken, in the mid-60s. But they definitely became an instrument later under Willy Brandt and the then meek FDP. They are essentially undemocratic because they limit the mandate of the individual representative, and that is certainly not what the Constitution actually originally called for. They just simply make coalition politics easier to handle, and therefore coalition governments easier to handle, which you could say, technically, were also not mandated to be protected that much. So it's a complicated thing, as everything in German politics and in German industry and in Germany per se is made extremely complicated because they really go to perfect the issue. They dive deep into the issue and sometimes they get lost in the granularity, as I nearly was at risk doing here as well. But then again, I digress. Gunther. Gunther, you joined us.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm more in a listening mode, so carry on.
Okay.
It was fascinating, though. This is how ironic, the U.S. struggle with, two-party politics and whether more proportional representation would serve democracy better. But it's a cautionary tale from what you're saying, that people could get themselves into a real twist and defeat the purpose of better representation and better policies.
Yeah, I think proportional representation has shown itself to be less adaptive and therefore less capable of, and therefore less resilient also in a changing world. It leads to more sclerosis and educates the election. There's this model since Niskanen times, the model of elections as economic cases and entitlements as being the sweet poison of coalition governments and social democracies in Europe, to then drive the electorate to the point that they need to vote for certain politicians in order to still get their entitlements. I mean, it's like a drug dealer and an addict, and so they beget each other quite literally, and they can't live without each other. Without that doesn't get them out of the addiction, and doesn't get them out of the economically completely irrelevant and terrible situation they are in, because none of them really gains, other than that the drug dealer from time to time has a short term of, say, joy out of the money, but literally nobody really gains. Anyway, so same thing applies to coalition politics. It seems evident that the British system, whilst it also is not perfect, has shown us that clarity of choice is helpful to the public. Whether the other side then likes it or not is a different thing. And in America, with your wonderful Congress, you already have your checks and balances. I mean, literally, you have a choice, but the choice is on a lower level, which then escalates up, and then you end up with a Congress where you've how many proposals end up in reconciliation between the Senate and the House of Representatives? Half? I mean, a lot of bills are being traded back and forth between the Senate and the House, and that's fine, and it works. The process still works, doesn't it?
Well, you choose your poisons, and sometimes people complain about their own system and always see the grass as being greener on the other side. But I can I will leave it at that. Actually, I do have a question that's completely out of this current realm, and we can go back to it, obviously.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I did mean to ask. We saw a report of was it two systems, Skynex? The Millennium 35 millimeter anti-aircraft cannon with a head. Definitely with that airburst capability being earmarked for transfer to Ukraine, and seem to recall reading that that was already announced that two of these systems, which would be very suited to shooting down the kamikaze drones, which had been featured very much in the most recent attack on Kyiv, and one broke through and hit an infrastructure. So, do you have more details on that?
Well, I can only tell you that this is based on the Boxer platform, and it has yet again, now it comes an Oerlikon gun. So, and finally something the Germans are doing well. But fortunately, as I understand, the ammunition does come from Rheinmetall's acquisition out of Oerlikon without any kind of restrictions in that regard. But it is a very, very decent, radar-guided autocannon system. It's fast, it's wheeled, it's flexible. It provides for the kind of, you can decentralize a system and create network nodes, and then you have a variety of those which can all tap the sensor unit, as they call it. And then you can interconnect it with, for example, the likes of what the IRIS-T provides with the Diehl and Hensoldt system, so where essentially one sensor can provide significantly deeper and wider coverage, whereas then the Skynex makes it exceptionally mobile and therefore easily deployable. So you can actually do it also for forward control, and you can alternate between high-value targets the Russians may actually go after. So it's a very decent system. We just need more of them.
Yeah, and the diagrams I've seen was that there was a Skyguard or whatever they call it now, with a more capable search radar and obviously a fire control radar in that central station. But then each of these Millennium guns actually had its own onboard fire controls. I think
Yes.
it's.
Yeah, there's one. I think it's called Sky Ranger. Isn't that? I think it's Sky Ranger, which does this, and then you combine it with the others. But it's a decent system from the looks of it. I've never seen it personally. I only know the guys who actually have seen it various times deployed and who have played with it. But that's it. And you can have them, you can dismount it. That's the interesting thing. There's two ways of doing it. You can either put it on the Boxer platform, which I would prefer a lot, or you can put it on a truck. So this is the interesting component. If you have it on the truck, you can actually take the truck, deliver it, put it stationary, and then move away from that. That's also quite helpful. It's a very versatile system.
Oh yeah, and the diagram also showed what appears to be these CRAM missiles, what do you call it? The Iron Dome type missiles that I think Rheinmetall does have some sort of arrangement to be able to integrate, just that component and integrate it with the obviously the battery fire control. I wasn't aware that those small interceptor missiles that could hit ballistic rockets and mortars that Rheinmetall has an agreement with Israelis. Are you aware of that?
I have not been read into that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I am amazed at the at how these things have evolved. I mean, it all started with these, the GDF 001, 002, the twin KDA cannons, and now it's just one cannon with a revolver with 1,000 round per minute, and it's amazing how tight the dispersion is. It's just very good engineering, and I'm glad Rheinmetall has just basically say they're going to produce the Ahead ammunition, which I'm sure they're perfectly capable of.
They are. The funny thing, this comes all on the back of the major upheaval in Germany, where essentially discussions between various parts of the Bundeswehr and a very, very quick interval without interim maintenance, as it seems, but we're waiting for the report, which obviously will only come right after Christmas, of Ms. Lambrecht, the current socialist, whatever, party following Scholz enthroned Minister of Defense, will have to present to Parliament of the 18 Puma systems which have completely, utterly failed. These are part of the 44, 42, 41 Puma systems which had been upgraded so that Germany could fulfill its obligations under joint NATO activities, and 18 of them completely, utterly failed over some time, not uniquely in one location, but they failed over some time, and it's a massive blow, and it's not quite clear yet. I mean, where it all comes from. It seems that the first batch of the Puma systems the German army had still massive, what we would call Kinderkrankheiten, children's disease, and never really got off the ground proper. And the Puma doesn't benefit from the same kind of, say, accurate engineering as this one, which is a pity. And given the fact that the Lynx, so to say, has just been delivered in perfectly good fashion to Hungary, of all nations, under a contract, whereas it should have, of course, been given to Ukraine, and telling Mr. Orban to sort himself out in the meantime first. It is quite unique that the old Puma systems, even the upgraded ones, now are being replaced by anywhere between 40 and 50-year-old Marders for the next training sessions. And there you can see why Ms. Lambrecht doesn't want to forego 18 Marders, because otherwise she can't have her German Bundeswehr comply with NATO requirements. It is insidiously painful to look at it, but I think our colleagues and friends at the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, as well as at 2 other German newspapers, plus a couple of people in the defense industrial complex, let's put it this way, have already spotted that pretty much the biggest culprit is probably sitting in Koblenz in the procurement offices, respectively those who have guided and misguided them in Berlin at the ministry for many years. And unfortunately, we can't bank on the fact that they'll be replacing those who are responsible and change for the better, but at least it highlights what needs to be changed. And it is a major throwback for Krauss-Maffei/Rheinmetall that this has occurred at this point in time, whereas one knows, or it is well known, that since the original deliveries to the German Bundeswehr, most of these problems have actually been solved with other parties. So it is typically the triangle, I think, Ray, you will agree that if parties if one party fails but still works with the other party, then they all become worse if nobody really acts upon, checklists, compliance, and fixing things. If you don't talk about what really went wrong and just cross it over, and then there's a third party also in the balance, then you have three parties all playing the game with each other. They pass around, they pass the doo-doo around, and at some point in time it just hits you. And that's what happened here. Ministry, industry, procurement office, all passed the buck around for many years. Very German.
Yeah, but you're not the only one. Look at the other IFV programs elsewhere in NATO, right?
Yeah, true. But then again, if you look at what actually the new version, the Boxer platform has been advanced and it has been improved so much that the new version, and then which then also fits with the links, the new version is in such significantly better shape that the only one which they compete with is the old CV90, which has exceptionally good gunnery, very resilient, is faster than the Marder, consumes less fuel, and generally is considered to be better in terms of defense capacity, at least when it has been upgraded. So it is astonishing that people, there you're right, it is astonishing that people have not yet come to the conclusion that IFVs as part of an overall mechanized infantry role to take back ground are absolutely vital. But then again, we haven't looked at force-on-force conflicts being a real challenge, have we, for some time?
Well, now that the ongoing war in Ukraine sort of reminds us that having a perfect platform is very good. You can do a lot with it, but then when it comes to a more protracted conflict, numbers matter. I mean, look at when the humble old M113 and the Dutch equivalent were transferred over. You're seeing combat footage of these things, just charging into action, even with just a 50 caliber machine gun, and making a difference in battle. So having a good IFV is great, but when it comes down to it, having an armored vehicle with even with just a heavy machine gun can still make a difference, and it's better than not having one.
100%. And in his series of interviews, which then The Economist neatly compressed to some kind of a situation briefing interview, which obviously contains different time horizons and dates during which this all was taken, well, these notes were taken down. Let's put it this way: you can see it in between the questions as to there's a time lag between them because they address completely different time horizons. But in his interview, he highlighted that IFVs, and apart from the 300 battle tanks, but that which he obviously needs, but IFVs and comes APCs with guns are exceptionally important, and the M113s are great. But then again, we should have given them already Bradleys. There's no question about it. Bradleys should have been rolling into Ukraine in May.
And I would agree, but also to follow up on your point about people not wrapping themselves in glory and developing the next nicer IFV. If you look at the Russian IFVs, and people thought, wow, it was such a great idea to have the heavy fire support. The BMP 3s with the 100 millimeter sort of that lower pressure gun that could pretty much provide the same high explosive fire support as a main battle tank, and and then you see them blowing up and killing the infantry on board. I sometimes wonder whether that was a good idea at all. That to have a 100 millimeter main gun along with a coaxial 30 millimeter cannon, that's a bit of an overkill. And if you put infantry on board that platform with all that ammunition, and when the vehicle's armor is penetrated, obviously its armor is not as good as the main battle tank. Then you put all the infantry on board at risk. Doesn't that speak to instead of having one IFV all singing and all dancing, that perhaps you should just have something that's less dangerous to your primary mission of actually getting your infantry safely into action. Having 30 millimeter cannon and anti-tank missile is perfectly adequate for the West, and maybe having separate fire support vehicles if you so wish. But just mixing a lot of ammunition that could blow up, catch fire, and kill the infantry aboard, I just thought was a bit of being too clever for their own good. What do you think?
Too clever by half. But then again, it's no surprise. It is exactly how their culture, their lack of innovation, and their procurement process works. There's no feedback loops. There's no quality management. It is astonishing.
Oh, totally agree. And I think probably the 40 millimeter and maybe the 40 millimeter case telescope may just give you just enough for your heavy hitting, and I guess maybe infantry and defilade with the airburst. I think that's probably more important than being able to reduce bunkers. You can always have some smaller numbers of heavier weapons. And yeah, totally have to agree that if you don't have feedback and basically the troops only have that, that you'll never get change.
Very good point. George.
Yeah, so what Ray's been describing, if people, some people might not remember their armor history, but there was, a stopgap tank that was sent by the United States to British forces in North Africa, and that was the M3. It had a 75 millimeter gun and a sponson, and then had I think it was like a 40 millimeter or 30 millimeter gun and a turret, and there was a lot of tanks in the 30s, late 30s that were designed that way. But what Ray's describing is you got one turret that's got a 100 millimeter gun and then a 30. I would not want to be in that turret. Like, holy hell, turrets are cramped up to begin with. Now, imagine you've got two breach faces right there in front of you. Just imagine how much room you have to maneuver in there and work around. And plus, talk about the commander. Talk about confusion. When do you use the 100 millimeter and when do you use the 30 and the gunner? And it's insane. You pick either or. You're either going to have an IFV with a 30 millimeter gun, and maybe if you want something that's longer range, like Ray described, maybe a couple of ATGMs strapped to the turret or what have you, or you have an IFV that's going to be more like an infantry support, that's going to have like a 75 millimeter or what have you gun, to give you some longer range fire support. But to have both in the same turret, it's got to be an operational nightmare. And as a commander, I can't see what commands you give out to the gunner. What's he firing? What's he getting ready? What's the next shell he's going to get ready? If he's manning the 100 millimeter, and then when does he use the 30? It's absolutely bizarre. It's going back into like I said, the mid to late 30s when the French had I think it was the Char B had a howitzer in the hull, and a 2-pounder gun in the turret, and good luck. It had good protection, but in combat was an absolute disaster.
But I think the Russians, being too clever by half, they actually have an autoloader for everything. In fact, the autoloader can actually put a missile, anti-tank missile, in the 100-millimeter breech. But
But you have to prep that. You have to switch it out, right?
If you're a TC and you I guess it's a different doctrine. I mean, it's just you have to. The gunner can actually choose between 3 weapons. They actually have a coax machine gun as well as a cannon and a main gun. So, yeah, very different from how we think about things. Totally agree.
And talk about, like, that right there can get you killed, because if the order is not clear and then the gunner engages the wrong gun, right? Instead of engaging a 100-millimeter gun, you're engaging the 30. And you're facing off like a tank or something that has like something of a lot higher penetrating power. Now you're in trouble, just because of a miscommunication.
I agree.
There you go. Laughing Tom, you've got your hand up, so please go ahead.
I have a question regarding armor. We've all agreed that the Leopard tank is by far the best choice for Ukraine, but there was also an account that was quoting the M60 pattern, and especially later models, and their abundance around the Mediterranean. And I started looking around, and for example, Turkey has about 1,500 of them. And
Turkey is not going to
countries-
give anything in that regard. Turkey wants to dominate its region and needs a lot of land-based equipment for their warfare against Kurds and anybody else who they like to see thwarted. So that's not happening. The Greeks may very well actually support Ukraine.
So you're thinking...
Yeah, they don't. The thing is, with that, it's nice to have en masse, and it's great. It's supplementary. It's good. I'm not against it. Trust me. I'll take them in a heartbeat. However, it does not solve the issue of having proper, sensible, leading main battle tanks. If you have Leopard 2s, A5, A6, gosh, God beware, A7, they'll cut like a hot knife through butter, through the Russian lines and troops. And that's what you need.
Yes, I'm perfectly aware, and we've discussed this on, I think, tens, if not hundreds of occasions already, that it's going to be the perfect tool for the job. But the problem is if that gentleman, well, that person in the Bundeskanzlerei keeps dragging his feet on this, maybe there should be a more creative solution.
Oh, I would agree. I mean, I think numbers do matter, but and of course the Slovenians have released their T-55Ss, which are upgraded T-55s with 105 millimeter NATO standard cannon and improved fire controls and night vision. So if they're accepting those, and if there are, if somebody can find a cache of M60s or even M48s upgraded with 105s, I'm sure they would be welcomed. It'll certainly complicate the support, but tanks are tanks.
George, more tankers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about Ray just said, M48s. The Greeks have some. They're called M48 Mulf, and they have upgraded armor. They have a 105. They've got upgraded optics and sights. I know they're slow moving. They're not going to be that great as a frontline tank. But hey, I got a 105 millimeter gun that can reach out and touch someone. It's better than the 73 millimeter low velocity gun that's on a BMP. It fires the same high explosive shells as a 105 millimeter howitzer, and if they can take Greece's 350, 400 that they have, and the United States would backfill them with about 200 M1s, I'm sure the Greeks would jump at that chance and would more than gladly release those to Ukraine. And 400 tanks, even though they're a little bit slower moving than some of the stuff they have now, that's a lot of extra firepower and crew protection. Is as an infantry support weapon, and I think they could definitely put a dent into Russian plans. But somebody's got to pull the trigger, like we've been saying here. And I think the United States should approach Greece and say, hey, look, maybe if you guys get the ball rolling on this and get those M48s in there, we'll give you 200 M1s. I mean, it's a 2-for-1, but I'd rather have 200 M1s than 400 M48s. But right now, the Ukrainians would take anything.
The ball's got to get rolling somewhere, George. We've got Ebenezer Scrooge in the shape of Schultz apparently right now, and we've got Tiny Tim in the Kremlin. So yeah, I agree. The ball's got to get rolling. Laughing Tommy.
Also, yes, regarding stockpiles, Greece have to have about 600 of these, I think, but this is just open source numbers. And then Italy has about 300. And in both Greece and Italy, they're no longer in active service, but are in storage. And both countries would actually have to pay to scrap them. So maybe they would be glad if Americans could provide the logistical tail and they could just ship them.
I'm sure our American friends would, as they've shown throughout this war, Laughing Tommy, provide any kind of support which is needed. That's a good point. Ray.
Yeah, actually, unfortunately, seen some of the photos of some of the places where even newer the Italians actually had some Leopards, and how they were sort of stored, inverted comma. Some of them were like just left out in the field to deteriorate. And before we get too enthusiastic about a store of potentially useful tanks, probably need to figure out how many, or if they're in fit condition to be refurbished to be sent to the battlefield. Sometimes we talk about how poorly the Russians have maintained their reserves and some of the really old tanks. From what we've seen in sort of open source photos, sometimes some of these NATO reserve stocks may not be in much better shape. I hope I'm wrong, but if anyone has more information on sort of Greek and Italian really old American tanks, that will be helpful. But what I've seen in some of these open source photos of at least Italian Leopards, they were not in good shape.
Yeah, as to what the condition of vehicles and warehouses currently look like laughing Tommy Ray. Sorry, that was I think that's a fair question. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I for one, I'm sure I speak for many people here. I for one, I'm absolutely sick of seeing Ukrainian warriors and T-64 tanks. They've been making the best with everything they could get that they've been able to get their hands on this war, and still we are in December 2022, and yeah, they're still in T-64s. Let's give them those Leopard 2s to scythe through this eastern menace that has invaded them, and yeah, I couldn't agree more. George.
Sorry, yeah. So I was going to say, yeah, when it comes to the Greek M48s, you know, I think they've got about total about 390, and I think about maybe 275 would be probably good to go. You know, like Ray said, you have to look at the numbers, and then if things have been in storage, then you know, you think twice about it. But when it comes to the Greek M60s, they've left 100 online, so to speak, and they have about another 200 or about close to 300 in storage. So those would be iffy. But the M48s that are online and the 100 M60s would probably be you know, pretty much good to go. But like I said, with our neighbor, you know, and the saber rattling coming out of Ankara, they would need replacements.
George, how would these M50s fare in Ukraine at the moment? What's your assessments on them?
The M60s?
M60s, yeah.
Look, they're the versions that the Greeks have are the ones the versions that the Marines had in Desert Storm, and those actually fared quite well against the Iraqi T-72s. So I don't see them not having a significant impact. You know, if they're faced off with T-72s, because they do have you know, the upgraded 105 guns. They have upgraded night vision and thermals and things like that. Obviously, better ballistic computers than what the Russians have right now. Maybe they're not their T-90, but I'm starting to doubt the so-called T-90's capability. We saw their was it that Panseer that was supposed to be the best and greatest? You know, malfunction and almost killed the videographer in that one video. So I'm not too sold on the Russian. You know, I think they sold us a lot of propaganda nonsense. So yeah, but the M60 tanks were used by the Marine Corps in Desert Storm, and they've fared very well against the Iraqi T-72. So if you just take that information, there would definitely be a benefit.
Thanks, George. Ray?
Yeah, just to mention that the M60 would be probably M60A3s. The Turks have upgraded theirs to even have a 120 millimeter smoothbore, but as Axel mentioned, they're unlikely to release those because some of them were on the Syrian border and actually got involved in some of the fighting. I thought I saw the Greeks looking at some upgrade programs, but had not, you know, had not followed how extensive those were. I think basically right now the NATO operators of any of those with the 105 millimeter guns will have some pretty new APF-SDS ammunition that could be quite competitive against at least some of the earlier T-72s. the Austrians have produced a very long length to diameter ratio APF-SDSs with tungsten heavy alloys, and I believe the U.S. Have been using a Belgian produced pretty advanced long rod penetrator. So they can probably take care of themselves against at least some of the older tanks. I mean, the armor is obviously not up to scratch. If they get hit by any of the 125 millimeter shape charge or APF SDS, they'll be penetrated easily. But we need to remember that tanks on the battlefield on the main concern really is not necessarily fighting other tanks, but to have a big gun and the shock effect of being able to support infantry in their attacks. And I think any of these tanks of 105s and still decent armor should be able to do that quite adequately. And if necessary, in that infantry support role, they can be retrofitted with the reactive armor. Most of the T-72s, which have been supplied by Poland, which didn't have them, the Ukrainians or their friends in the Czech Republic had retrofitted explosive reactive armor so that they can have some level of protection against infantry fired shaped charge weapons like the RPG-7s. So if there are 200 or 300 M60s that can be transferred, they can be used quite effectively and probably upgraded to be battle worthy.
George?
Yeah, I was going to say, Ray, don't you think that because you were talking about the newer discarding sable ammunition. I think it's Mekar is the Belgian company that makes now 105 ammo that has the armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot rounds that actually mimic the first the initial 120 millimeter ammo that we had in the late 80s, early 90s. The same type of ballistics. Obviously, nothing like the depleted uranium and some of the more modern 120 millimeter rounds. But like you said, they would be more than adequate to punch a hole through a T-72. But don't you think with these Western tanks, with their thermals and the upgraded optics, that they would best be used, in engaging Russian positions at night, where the Russians have a distinct disadvantage at this point?
Oh yeah, totally agree. I mean, that's provided that they are M60A3s and they have the thermals. Even the thermals on those would probably be quite adequate, as you pointed out. During Desert Storm, the M60A3's thermals would have been the same ones mounted on some of the earlier M1s. The Marines at M60A1 Rise, and they didn't have them, but they performed quite adequately, and actually I believe engaged Iraqi T-72s effectively with an older APF-SDS. And yeah, the Mekar, I mean, it is amazing. The Mekar, I don't recall the actual number now, but the length diameter ratio of the 105 APF-SDS is quite considerable. I think they broke the 20-to-1 barrier, the limit that was the limit at the end of the Cold War. I think they've certainly exceeded that. And with that length to diameter ratio, even with the smaller, 105 versus the very early 120s with the smaller length to diameter ratio, yes, they probably matched the earliest 120 millimeter APF-SDS in penetration performance. obviously you're talking about, like 30 years of advance over over the original 120 ammo, the I think M829 A1s. So
Would they have the same penetration capacity as an upgraded Leopard 1 then?
well, the Leopard 1 would be able to use that same ammunition because it's the 105, the L7 or the M68 equivalent in the U.S. Army. So the gun fires the same ammunition. What I'm trying to point out is, like, some of these latest very, very advanced, very long, long rods would actually match the early 120s, the first generation 120 APF SDSs.
Oh, George, go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, and remember those those are 120 millimeter well, ones that we had in back in 91. 2.8 kilometers, 2,800 kilometers, 2,800 meters. T-72 was doing a turret toss, and they had to close within maybe 1,800 meters to engage us with an M1. So talk about suicide. So yeah, if you're talking about a 105 matching that type of performance, that's a huge advantage. Plus the sights, right? We're looking at these T-72s, these T-62s, whatever they're coming out of, what used to be the museums. Can you imagine what those optics look like? I mean, talk about, like, it looks like the guy's looking through like a pea soup fog from 1940s London. And yet, our optics are crystal clear. So that's another huge advantage. So
yes, some of them still have IR searchlights.
Exactly, yeah. And can you explain? So what that is you turn on the searchlight, right, and then you use a specific optic, and then that gives you night vision. But they quickly found out that if the other person has optics that can see IR, then they can see the source of your IR spotlight. Am I correct in that, Ray?
Oh yes, of course. The reason why they have the searchlight was their infrared optics were not sensitive enough, but the ones you were using, which were the older, even the first generation forward-looking infrared, they could see much further without the need for illumination. So if the other guy's using the illumination, you can actually they're telling you where they are. So absolutely,
exactly.
Yeah, I get the feeling that those T-60s hauled out of museums have an optics similar to those kaleidoscope toys that a certain bearded individual around this time of year leaves in stockings. But yeah, that's just me. We've got a couple of other hands up to contribute to this wonderful discussion. Thank you, George and Ray. Do stick around. Martin, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just like to add on to the discussion with the 105 millimeter tanks, the M48s and M60s. Well, not the M48s, but especially the M60s. And I'd just like to point out that there have been tanks already supplied to Ukraine with that same gun as the M60. In this case, it was Slovenia gave 28 of the M55S to Ukraine, and they've been apparently, since then they haven't really shown up in combat. From what I know, they've been just sort of seen training, and they might just be used for infantry support. The M55S being essentially a very heavily upgraded T55 with a new gun, a new fire control system, new optics, everything along those lines. So in terms of M60s, I think they would play the same role as those M55s, as being infantry support sort of things, and there is a precedent for it, is what I wanted to point out.
Ray, do you want to follow up on this?
Yeah, just very quickly before we should let Laughing Tom get on. Yeah, we mentioned this. The M55Ss from Slovenia would be on par in terms of like the I guess it's the M60A3 with stabilization, laser rangefinder, and thermal imaging. And they would be able to use the same ammunition if that's procured. But I think we also need to point out that some of the Russian tanks have also been upgraded. We talk about the T-62 being antiquated. The T-62Ms also have similar upgrades, although not as extensive or not as good as the Slovenian tanks. They do have laser rangefinders and somewhat improved optics, but many of the Russian tanks also have the older, including some of the T-72s we've been seeing in action. They do rely on the older sights with even the infrared searchlight, which is totally inadequate. But then, as was pointed out earlier, that's the same situation with many of the Ukrainian T-64s also. So.
George, do you have a take on this?
Yeah, I was just going to say if I was, I'm not, so obviously, but if I was running the show or making a decision, those M55s would be held for a specific task, and that would be when if I launch an offensive, I would be used because those things have like up to date, like top of the line thermal imaging on them. I would be using those for my offensive that would start in the middle of the night, and I would use those to pick out the strong points of the Russians. That's where I would hold those. I would not be using them now. Definitely not infantry support because like I said, and we did hear that they were supplies with Belgian ammo from the Slovenians. So. They can reach out and touch somebody, and that's what I would use them for. I would use them to help my other gunners, artillery and stuff, pick out targets at night.
All right, well, that's actually really useful to know. Thanks. I'll be dropping down. That's all I really need to add on to.
All right, thanks, Martin. I'm just going to recognise Mockers up here in the co-pilot seat next to me. Good to see you, Mockers. Evening.
Hello. For some reason, I put my hand up instead of waving. I'm just so used to it, putting my hand up. Good evening, folks. I have some news, but I'm going to save it and make you all wait because we've got some hands up. Wendy, do you know who was next?
I think the batting order was Gunther, Laughing Tommy, then WG Grace. Gunther.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, how much can a tank, like an older tank, be a substitute for an infantry fighting vehicle if there's, say, less infantry fighting vehicles available?
Ray, George.
Actually, I feel bad. I've been taking Laughing Tom's turn, but very very quickly. When you say infantry fighting vehicle, typically what you would be using them for would be to bring the infantry to the battlefield and let them deploy, and then you provide fire support. But a tank can provide the fire support. Some of these older tanks with less adequate armor against top-of-the-line threats, they probably can play that same role and with a much bigger gun than, say, your typical infantry fighting vehicle with a 30 millimeter cannon. So yeah, there'll be good use for them. And as you can see, a lot of the Ukrainians, make do whatever they have. And you have infantry riding on BTRs, you have infantry riding on tanks. So certainly they could be playing that role. Less protection, but they get the infantry into the battlefield and they can provide fire support. So I'll yield back twice.
So I'm right in thinking, am I, George, Ray, Gunther, that the wider tracks of the Leopard 2 it really suits Ukraine's need now due to the mud and the conditions going forward. This is obviously the number one option. Let's just theorize for a second and say that these M60s are given. How would their performance be different and deleterious to Ukrainian fighting forces in comparison to the Leopard 2?
It's not just the wide tracks; it's also the power to weight ratio. The Leopards have a much more powerful engine than the original M60. With the M60s would have a 750 horsepower engine, and the Leopards have they'll have a much better. The Leopards will certainly have a vastly superior cross-country capability, and then they do have very wide tracks. Obviously would
Say
have
it
an
loud,
advantage.
Ray. 1,480 horsepower. V12.
1,480. Sorry.
Yes. V12 twin turbo diesel done by MTU. Absolutely fantastic. You need to look at the engine block. It's a bloody beauty. It'll make all the woke people who hate the combustion engine for reasons completely unrelated to winning wars and protecting their safety pale, because their little Tesla can't do it.
I better let somebody else have a go.
No,
Yeah,
I was
just really quick.
Ray, I was just complimenting you, and I thought a little bit of levity was in order. I apologize.
So what the key thing about the Leopard 2 is, and we're going to let Laughingstock go after this. Really, we have to. Is their burst, and let me explain. That first 2 seconds, they can, in reverse or forward, they have a very, very quick burst speed. It slows down after those first 2 seconds, but in warfare, that is crucial. If I fire and then I realize that I'm going to be detected now, and I know that the enemy is going to respond, they're going to respond to where I am as soon as I fire. Now I can slam it into reverse and back up 15, 20 feet very quickly. His next shots, the high probability of a miss is rapidly increased. And that's what's amazing about the Leopard 2, is that initial burst for the first maybe 30 feet. It's 1 or 2 tank lengths that I can retreat a lot faster than most tanks or go forward.
Yeah, I think it's your chance to get in.
It was a bit of a Wendy's word sandwich there. I didn't mean deleterious. I just wanted to ask for the contrast between the performance of the M60 and the Leopard 2s, and you did that absolutely spot on, George and Ray and Gunther. Thank you. Laughing Tommy, sir, welcome back up. Please go ahead.
Hi, Wendy. I just wanted to ask George and Ray, you mentioned, because I'm a civilian and I don't really understand this, you mentioned something called the line to diameter ratio. Could you please explain what that means?
I better take that one, because I've made the usual mistake of talking about some of these things without explaining. It's a sort of metric or something that's used in assessing the capabilities, or actually really the physical description of these kinetic energy armor piercing ammunition. These are what are called a real mouthful that George did better than me. I just used the abbreviation. The APFSDS is actually armor piercing fin stabilized discarding sabot. And these are the top of the line kinetic energy armor piercing ammunition that's used by everybody. It's basically a very small diameter, very long rod. Imagine a knitting needle that it's used to try and penetrate armor, and it's fired out of the gun barrel with a sabot, which fills up the barrel so that the round can be pushed down the barrel, and then once it leaves the muzzle, the sabots would discard, fly off, leaving a very long, thin rod that's fin stabilized to fly long distances. As George was describing in Desert Storm, you could shoot over 2 kilometers and with very little drop in height, and when it hits armor, because it's focusing all its mass in a very small strike area, the penetration is tremendous. If you talk about some of the early generation of the 105 with under 20 to 1 length to diameter ratio, you're still talking about penetrating 360 to 400 millimeters of steel, and so basically the length to diameter ratio gives you a sort of measure of how advanced the thing is. Obviously, longer the length and to diameter ratio, the more focus all that kinetic energy is on a striking area, and the better performance. But of course, you back in my days, when at the end of the Cold War, the limit was around 20. Meaning that the length is 20 times the diameter, and the limit is of course due to material science, whether you can make a tungsten or depleted uranium rod that long and still have it not break in flight. So that has the 20 to 1 length to diameter ratio has long been surpassed since the end of the Cold War. I haven't really been keeping track, but some of these later ones are significantly longer than 20 to 1, and with resulting much better penetration than some of these early 20 to 1 or less examples. So hope that answers the question.
It does perfectly. Very comprehensive. Thank you.
Hey, Ray.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So now they got those rounds that can go through about 700 millimeters of rolled homogeneous armor. The equivalent. They used to be like 350, 400, 450. Now they're at like 700, 750. That's just insane.
Oh, yes.
I mean, which in layman's terms, if you're within 2,000 meters and one of those hits you, it's all over.
And there's sorry to sort of monopolize the time, but there's a saying, old tanker saying, that if you want to punch holes and penetrate really, really, really thick armor, back in the day you used a shape charge, a HEAT, high explosive anti-tank, but they punched very small holes, and if the armor is thick enough, you punch a very, very small hole and you have a small spray of fragments inside and very little sort of blast and overpressure. And then they say, if you want to kill the crew and destroy the tank, you want to use one of these kinetic energy long rod penetrators, because once they penetrate the armor, they break into pretty large fragments. You can imagine, a very, very long piece of metal penetrating into the fighting compartment. And they're more likely to actually hit people, which with devastating results. And they're also much more likely to actually hit some of the ammunition, which unfortunately in Russian designs have many of these rounds stuffed all over the interior. And if ammunition is hit by some of these hot, heavy pieces of metal, they're likely to catch fire. And if enough of it burns, and it might touch off an explosion and blow off the turret. So yes, very, very frightening pieces of hardware designed to destroy things and kill. I'm sorry if we monopolized the time a little, but I can't resist a dig back at Axel. His mention of the Leopard's very capable engine. We have to remind him that the tank that George was using had a 1,500 horsepower gas turbine that has even much greater immediate torque. So there, Leopard.
It's a gas turbine. It must have more torque if it's well operated. The problem is the inefficiency of the turbine and the fact that it uses a lot more maintenance hours, and therefore, if and when really called upon service, is less, less available. But then again, that's the main difference between a gas turbine and a proper diesel engine.
I shall defer to George for retort.
Well, I think Axel has us on that. The maintenance is a little bit more complex on the M1, but the M1 always has some of the best optics in the world too, Axel. So there's that.
Yeah, that's why we had to upgrade it to the A5 and the A6. Absolutely, I completely agree. And the biggest issue the Abrams definitely has over the Leopard 2, it has a proper fighting army having tested it in battle. And this Leopard 2, whilst it is great and whenever it has been used has been suitable and absolutely fine, and I'm quite sure that our friends from KFOR are happy, and everybody else is as well, it has only been abused by some Turks, completely without proper training and no guidance, and bad officers and bad NCOs to waste themselves. It's absolutely terrible. These should be proper soldiers running those Leopards and grinding the bloody Russians down.
I would agree, but then you do highlight yet another issue, and that the Turks in their debacle with the Leopards were actually 2 A4s, so probably some of the very early armor package, probably the Pakit 4. Not very sure about that, but certainly is not the enhanced armor package like what was on even the very first 2 A5s, let alone the most advanced 2A7. And of course, things do advance, and these early Leopard 2A4s with these early armor modules are vulnerable to the latest threats. They haven't been upgraded, and I believe the Syrians were able to use some of the more advanced sort of 15 centimeter diameter anti-tank missiles, and they certainly did penetrate this older generation 2A4 armor. And we do have to remember some of the Leopards that are being offered are the oldest ones in storage in Spain. So, got to have that in context.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. Absolutely right. And they need to be upgraded. But fortunately, to upgrade an A4 takes about 3 weeks to do. So imagine you're in a real war and you really know what is at stake. Then in the middle of March, you take them tanks and start running them through the upgrade process so that you have 2 full divisions of tanks ready end of June. And that's how you run a war and win it in August. Oh, sorry, that didn't happen, did it?
George.
No, and I wouldn't put it past the Ukrainians to slap a bunch of ERA blocks all over those leopards. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, what statement does it make about the ability of Europeans, Ukraine's NATO partners, and the free world generally to defend the liberal and democratic values we live by in 2022 with a tank which, despite the upgrades and the significant amount of hard work put into it that yourself and Ray outlined there, George, served in the 1991 Gulf War. Is this the esteem in which we really hold these liberal and democratic values? Are we really willing to show that we want to defend these values as they are being threatened with erasure on our doorstep in 2022? Yeah, I mean, I really liked Peter's analysis earlier. You know, he tied into the historical link between, you know, post-World War II politics and how things exist now. Why particular ideological roadblocks do exist now. And yeah, I can't help but remember that the US helped change European capitalism and politics post-World War II.
Yeah, but sorry, Wendy, we discussed this earlier on. What Peter is missing is culture. There was an existing, long-standing culture. If somebody tries to deny the impact of culture over about 1,000 years on Italy of today, or the Italy of prior to 1914, or the Italy after the Second World War, it doesn't really matter. Or he said at least that Italy, say, joined or co-joined or unified late. Absolutely, post-Garibaldi, thank you. But still, the Enlightenment without Italy and Germany does not exist. So there is deep culture that it has been corrupted and that fascism was allowed to take over is a historic and cultural disaster. But it's not. It's not a judgment call on Northern Italian, or shall we say, go through all the regions, we can do this, Marke and the likes, or German culture. It is the corruption of the human mind, mass behavior, and the way fascism can grow. It's a judgment on that. It's a judgment on the human condition. And therefore, culture was able to then be a fertile ground for bringing back those values which the Americans then inseminated back into a social structure. Without the basic law, the German constitution, without the rules and regulations they brought to Italy, those two countries could not have actually embarked on that path. And when he retorted on this comment, by the way, that, well, how do you explain Japan and South Korea? Well, that's a different thing. Japan received a full-blown culture shock following 2 nuclear explosions, which actually triggered this, and still hasn't lost its culture, but accepted the complete defeat thanks to long-standing occupation. The first ever occupation of the islands, which in itself was unique. That does not compare to Italy or Germany, because those two are essentially transit countries for war for 2,000 years. If we derogate the impact and value and importance of culture for the development of what we see today, we make the biggest possible mistake and we will never learn.
I completely agree with you, Axel. I just that regression in culture has happened at a political level. It is this change in an unwillingness to defend the interests of near abroad and the lives of people within Europe. This is
yeah, but Russia never had much of a regress from then.
Well, yeah, I take your point.
I mean, come on, if you start,
all right.
If you start from the eyesight level and height of a beetle, you cannot compare yourself to a walking man of thought.
Yeah, I mean, Peter outlined a Germany facing decline. Yeah, in its industrial, its tenure as an industrial leader.
Yeah, tosh.
It does face a situation now where it has to change its foreign policy. It's near abroad foreign policy, and it's, you know, what is going to force this change? It's got to be more than just what German politics is doing now. It's got to be a wider evaluation of what they choose to identify themselves with in terms of their place in Europe, their place in the free world, and what they choose to do, and not just sit there with an isolation strategy.
True, but these are all results. The place in Europe is a result of action, of changes. The perception in the world is a result of what you do today and how you actually do onto others and how you support others, how you interact with others. And that in itself is a result of your posture. And your posture is based on what you do at home. And German society has failed to embrace posture, less of constant, utter la pour la French debate, and has failed to embrace the fact that they need to make sure that the next generation has lower factor input cost. They've actually done the antithesis of what you would expect from Germans. They've become utterly, how should we say, they've behaved like the boyars, and that's wrong. They've become complacent, and that's completely, utterly unrelated to success. And if you fail to work hard, if you fail to teach your children properly to learn, and if you fail to keep factor costs low and be efficient and effective, and if you fail to trade appropriately, and if you fail to defend property rights, liberty, and justice for all, then you can't succeed in a world where you have to compete. Because you will never be taken seriously.
I can't help but compare, Roosevelt post 1940, around about 1940, Axel, and Roosevelt post Pearl Harbor. That guy was decisively anti-colonialism. He said the colonial system means war. Yeah, and it wasn't until his hand was forced that he changed his mind. Of course, who is the Scholz of today? Is he really anti-colonialism in the form of the Muscovy, or does he think that doing business with them is beneficial to his nation's best interests? I mean, these are questions that the German electorates are going to have to obviously deal with. It's impossible for a guy in my little part of the world to change their voices significantly, but it's certainly a question that needs to be asked again and again. And all right, I'm going to go to the wonderful Mockers, who's got a hand up despite being in the co-host seat. Mockers.
I believe Laughing Tommy was waiting longer than me, and I've got a subject change. Well, in fact, I'll tell you. I will just interject and say that explosions have been reported in the temporarily occupied Crimea in the village of Chongar. Apparently, one of the two routes at the mouth to Crimea. I've watched the video, and there are indeed some secondary explosions. So, Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. I just want to ask Ray one last tank question, because we're moving on apparently. I just want to ask, given how many more advanced tank models than they originally had the Ukrainians have captured, that's T-80s, T-90s, turns out that Ukraine actually has more T-90s now than Turkmenistan, where Russia actually delivers them. I want to ask what, according to doctrine and according to military theory, what is better, having those units, for example, have one or two T-90s supported by other less advanced tanks, and having several such units? Or is it better to have one unit with all of the T-90s and then another couple made of T-80s and so on? Well, which one is the better strategy?
I'll try to be brief. The difference is the T-80 has a gas turbine that you heard us, Axel and George and I were sort of on about. They use a lot more fuel, but they have better torque, better performance. The T-90 and the T-72s actually have diesel engines, and for logistics support purposes, you probably want to have the similar tanks in the same unit, so you simplify your ability to support the vehicle with spare parts and fuel. You're probably better off with T-90s and T-72s in the same unit for that reason, and then the T-80s in a separate unit. And that's exactly what happens in both the Ukrainian and the Russian armies. The battalions belonging to the tank division or the brigade would have one type of tank. Like, for example, the Kantamirovskaya tank division had just T-80s, and whereas the other units would have T-72s and possibly T-90s in the same tank battalion. So that would be, I think, the main driving force behind how you would form your units.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Leonard, welcome up.
Thank you, Wendy, and good afternoon to you too, sir. I just wanted to just revert back for a moment to the points that you were making, Wendy, with respect to Russia and where it may stand in terms of any progress towards the future. And to some extent, I think I would support your argument. And Axel makes a good point that everything is downstream from culture. But I think you highlight a fact that was referenced by Peter Zeihan as well, which is that Russia, to some extent, rather than writing it off as a culture, as a lost civilization, Russia has stood on the wall, so to speak, and torn between East and West. Peter Zeihan made this comment quite pointedly that Russia has effectively revisioned and created itself at least 7 times historically. And to that extent, I think, though I'm no apologist for Russia and I'm no fan of what Russia has represented in today's world, I would not quite write them off as totally as perhaps Axel's paradigm would do, although I sympathize with that. But the fact of the matter is that Russia has had significant inclinations toward the West, and it should be remembered that as far back as Borodino, Russia faced off against Napoleon on pretty much equal, and ultimately even weather-assisted superior terms. So to write Russia off is a little bit bleak, and I think perhaps some of the weight should be shifted towards the impact on Russia being Bolshevism. So that I would suggest that Russia had plenty of potential to become a full Western entity up until 1917. And the Bolsheviks have taken it down an entirely contrary, opposite path. And Zeihan's references to Russia being torn, if you will, in civilizational terms between the West and, say, more of a totalitarian, despotic kind of an influence that he even referenced in Putin today up till 2004. So I think the bottom line being that, yeah, I would be inclined to accept your assessment, Wendy, that there is hope. It would obviously a drastic revitalization of Russian society has to take place, something on the order of what hit Japan and Germany, but it's not totally devoid of opportunity or possibility. So, yeah, thank you for those comments, Wendy.
Thank you, Leonard. What Axel said was absolutely correct. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying too. I mean, that country, the country currently known as the Russian Federation, they were welcomed with open arms, you know, by huge parts of the West post 1991, and you know, and you know, as Rosa Luxemburg said, what in the 1920s, the freedom exists for the dissenting voice. Well, you know, there is no dissenting voice in the country that exists now. You know, they've just lost, I think the figures today were 98,800 KIA of their own troops. Excuse me. So I think that there is no dissenting voice that can speak out against this war, and it's going to cost them, because they're going to have 100,000 dead by Christmas, and you know, this country is an absolute contrast. It is the antithesis of what we in the West, you know, most of us at least, try to live by. It needs to be isolated. It needs to be cut off from the rest of the normal, free, liberal world, because this this policy this foreign policy of continuously genociding its neighbors, invading its peripheral territories in order to enforce colonial rule, in order to coerce the populations within those territories into into the kind of things that we've seen consistently, not just this year, not just 2014, but going back tens and hundreds of years. This is not acceptable anymore, and I, for one, welcome its demise.
So, Wendy, just one follow-up point to that. Then, would you be inclined to characterize that as working towards sort of a cultural quarantine of Russia, if you will? It's, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, and this is not easy to say, but a cultural quarantine is what is needed, because the veneration of quote unquote Russian culture is not needed anymore. This has fed into a campaign of disinformation from the Kremlin, which has cost Ukrainian lives. We have seen consistently the impact of this promotion, this veneer of a promotion of Russian culture, which is actually something quite different, and which leads to a form of an acceptance that what happens over there across Ukraine's eastern border, it's just what they do over there. Yeah, this was quite a similar attitude, in fact, to what European empires had when they discovered things like the pogroms under Tsar Nicholas were happening, and all these other crimes. They knew this country was really quite bad in how it treated people. And yes, comparatively, the European empires, of course, treated people very badly also. But this particular country was not subject to the same social accountability that existed and started to occur in the 19th century, and it just refused to change. It refused to accommodate, dissent within its regime and within its political structure. We are dealing now today, and Ukrainians are dealing now today, with the results of this particular time period, and every single time since then, in which we have not actually stood up for the values that we live by and the lives of the people in places like Ukraine. And a cultural isolation, Leonard, is something I am, yes, absolutely in favor of, and I think is incumbent upon anybody who is involved in music, the arts, theatre, to recognize the damage that is done by promoting Muscovite culture in 2022 and 2023 and going forward. Because and this is actually one of the questions that people are going to have to talk about this Christmas. It's a very important topic of debate. We've had this debate about sports, haven't we? Should Muscovite athletes be allowed to play in the Olympic Games somewhere? This conversation has already happened. The parameters of this debate have already been tested. The same debate really does need to seriously happen now about the promotion of Russian culture in the West, and how this has got to stop, because isolation of this culture at this particular time in history, it literally saves lives. So I'd agree with you there, sir. And
just a follow up to that, Wendy.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just typing people through and switching around my phone because it's all going a bit wobbly. But yeah, go ahead, Leonard.
Okay, sorry, my phone just faded out for a second. Yeah, just one follow up to that then, and I'd ask you this as a question, Wendy, to sort of flesh out what you'd referenced culturally, and it refers specifically to one of the umbrella foreign policy purposes, if you will, that Zeihan had mentioned was that perhaps one of the factors that is operative in U.S. policy right now vis-a-vis Russia is this concept that there's an opportunity to literally eviscerate their military capability for, if not forever, then at least well into the very foreseeable future. And that having done that, effectively, Russia would be neutralized entirely as an actor in the foreign policy sector or in the geopolitical sphere for at least a generation. And I'm just wondering if you had had an opportunity to think about that and how that might be a forerunner or operative, if you will, in terms of what you're suggesting by way of the sort of the cultural isolation or, for lack of a better term, quarantine of Russia, if you'd considered that at all. Thanks.
The evisceration of the Muscovite military, I'm fully supportive of, Leonard, and as I know you yourself are. I'm trying to avoid giving examples on what I mean by culture here, because it's very. I don't want to give. I don't want to identify individuals in a public space, but it doesn't. It only takes a cursory glance through certain individuals within the cultural world, I'll leave it at that, to see the damage that has been done, can be done by an acceptance of disinformation from actors who are insincere in what they claim to be their allegiance, national allegiance. actors who are, and of course I don't mean of the simply theatrical kind. You know, people who have done real damage to Ukraine's status as a safe place and in a place where its people can live free from genocide in 2022. A great deal of damage has been done by certain individuals since 2014 and before. So cultural isolation is very important, because it is another policy which prevents bombardments and you know, and genocide in Ukraine, but also it prevents disinterest. The kind of disinterest we saw in 2014, it goes towards preventing that disinterest which cost so many Ukrainian lives in 2022. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, Wendy. I was just going to say that yes, I think that you're entering a very important dialogue and discussion that clearly isn't going to end today, but it's a critically important dialogue that we're looking at with resolve to this entire equation that Russia has opened up here. So yeah, thank you for that thought.
Thanks, Ern. It is a dialogue which needs to happen, and we do need to arm people with the necessary, because these feelings of, we know this is bad, this is inchoate in nature. Yeah, so we've got to try and identify exactly why these things are detrimental to the lives of Ukrainians, and it's a discussion which is very important. So thank you. I'm going to go to Laughing Tommy, who's had his hand up a while. Laughing Tommy, welcome up again.
Yes, I just wanted to address both Axel and Leonard's points regarding the effect necessary for the cultural shift and perhaps evolution of Russia. So what Axel said about Japan and about the great defeat is very much valid for Russia, because Russia still has the imperialistic myth of their own superiority to other cultures, and that is why they, in part, why they're able to explain these events to their people. And I wouldn't agree with Leonard that they were on the way to becoming basically that Bolshevism took them off a path that they were on and onto another, because Russia never seems to have gone through the what is the humanism philosophical enlightenment, where they would start to recognize the value of the individual and of the person. If you look at since the beginning of the expansion of the Muscovite Empire, they always seem to look at a culture that they encounter, that they feel is somehow superior to them in an aspect, whether it is politically, economically, and so on. But what they do is they take that, they emulate the culture, and don't change the core of their perception of themselves and so on. And what happens is what is, I think, a bit unfairly characterized is that they take on the clothes of the Asian cultures, for example, the Khazar Khanate, when they were breaking it up in the 15th century, then they turn around and try to take on a European identity when that suits them, so that they can integrate and first assimilate the technological and political benefits of the systems they encounter, so that they can use them to then expand their own culture through those means. And what happens is that there was no point in the history of Russia from the 1500s, when it was the small Muscovite province in the Mongol Empire, to the end of their expansion under the Soviet Union. They have followed the same blueprint of encountering a culture, splitting it off of its neighbors, then starving it, using the conquering it, using the conquered population under promise of benefit to attack the next population, and so on. They have done that on and on and on, starting with the Finnic peoples, then the Tatar peoples, and so on, the Cossacks, Circassians, and it has been a process that has been incessant. The only thing that has ever stopped them is that from time to time they have basically run out of enough people that they can put through the meat grinder so that they can advance. And what horrifies me is that my country, Bulgaria, was there's this perception that in the older generation that grew up during socialism, they basically think that Bulgaria benefited so much because Russia had some sort of positive attitudes and some sort of positive idea towards Bulgarians. And to me, after seeing all these 500 years of Russian expansionism, I think that's the answer. I realized that what happened was that just at the time they couldn't at the same time absorb Ukraine, Romania, and so on. And at the same time, Bulgaria was at the fulcrum of the different forces they were opposing. So they had to contend with Yugoslavia, with Greece, with Turkey on the Balkans. And my country, even during that time, a lot was invested in the military apparatus, and basically a country of, I think it was 6 million people, or 7, was supposed to raise an army of 3 million and fight Turkey, Greece, and Yugoslavia at the same time if necessary. That was the battle plan. So my country was supposed to basically declare total mobilization and run over everything around it and get mulched like the Cossacks or like everybody else that basically Russia was using as its spear. So this is an imperial idea. This is their superiority and their disregard of human life, because they even their own people, they don't value. They think that the idea of the state and this all-encompassing empire is more important than themselves. And until they realize that they have to move away from that, they won't change. And in order to change them, that idea of superiority has to be disproven and slain once and for all. And I think that if they lose bad enough in Ukraine so that their current regime collapses and countries within what we now know as the Russian Federation start freeing themselves, I think at that point they might start thinking that maybe they're not the greatest, because they've managed to think of an excuse for every defeat they've suffered, whether it's the fall of the Soviet Union, whether it's the fall in the First World War, whether it's all the casualties they took during the Second World War. Everything is a great sacrifice. Everything is a trick by the West or whatever it is. And they just need to lose one time when they don't have an excuse. And that's why it's important for Ukraine to win. That's why it's important that they can't say that they were fighting the full force of NATO. They just need to lose.
They have a weakness then, Laughing Tommy. They have a weakness. That is when they lose. It is their weakness, and they are losing now. Where did you say you were from again?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. So, unlike you, I have, thankfully, my family and previous generations have never lived under the kind of tyranny and that yours had to endure. But you must, by the sounds of it, you've heard stories passed down to you, or maybe experienced personally. You don't have to tell us here on a public space of what happens when the system collapses. Yeah, I really appreciate what you just brought to the space, Laughing Tommy. Thanks. I'm going to go with Rebecca, who's had a hand up a while. Welcome up, Rebecca.
Hi. I want to say that this question of how we outside of Russia should or can relate to Russia as a civilization going forward is not straightforward. I'm the daughter of a Jewish man born in Berlin in 1925, and all of my life I have to sort of step around my own visceral response to things German in order to get at Beethoven or get at Kant or get at a pretzel. And it's there, and it will always be there. But it's not. It's still. I don't think the right solution after World War II would have been to prevent Germany from interacting with the rest of Western civilization and let them stew in their own juices. In some sense, that already happened after World War I, and it didn't work out well. So the visceral hatred is always going to be there for the survivors, and I think we have to be very careful how much it informs what we do to make sure this never happens again. And I don't know what the right answer is, but mixing the two up too completely is very dangerous.
I think I hear you, Rebecca. I think maybe there's a couple of points there which could be followed up on. One, it's absolutely impossible to compare post-war Germany, World War I, post-war Germany, and the regime that then took over with what Ukraine faces today from its neighbor to the east, which as we speak about in the space and know this, the Kremlin has not been challenged adequately. It has not had in its history the kind of reforms which other empires and other countries have been to. Yet it seeks to hold this veneer of some kind of being part of the modern world. It's quite clear, isn't it, that this needs the kind of action which would keep its neighbors safe. It needs this isolationist policy for the sake of the lives of the people in the countries that surround it.
If I believe that would work, if I believe that you could replace, replace a military occupation and construction of civil society with a cultural isolation, I'd go for it. The thing is, I don't think culturally isolating Russia without occupying Russia will help. I think it will damage things. And I do think that you can, in some ways, parallel the Weimar Republic with the Yeltsin era pseudo-democracy of Russia. I think the Russian democracy was weaker, but I would point out the Weimar Republic falls to someone who does, it's hard to say, more or less damage. Then, I don't know. Millions die.
I think, Rebecca, I have to disagree with that. I think it's impossible to compare the two. But I admire the debate that we're having here, the one you're bringing up, because it seeks settlement at the end of this war. As we both know, this war is not over, and many Ukrainians are dying each day. And we wish, don't we? Just I think your destination is on the right. I heard. Well, that destination for Ukraine is not currently on the right. It is many hard yards away. And what follows, it does. I think we could maybe agree on this. It requires a change in how the Kremlin and the Muscovy is dealt with by the free world. A dramatic change, one that ensures the safety of the people in the countries that surround it. Fair enough?
Oh, that is completely clear. I am extremely concerned that the appeal of Russian gas will be more than certain European countries can resist, and they will find a way to renormalize relationships with the Kremlin. I'm specifically saying that while I entirely understand the visceral desire to make every single person break all of their Tchaikovsky records and stop talking to Russians, I understand that viscerally, but I don't think that, unless you think that's the only way you can stiffen political resolve to not treat the Kremlin. I mean, as a domestic policy, creating hatred of Russia, it will not be difficult and might be the way to keep a political consensus in place. But hatred is very costly as a political.
It's containment, Rebecca, not hatred. Containment, not hatred. We don't hate North Korea. We just hate what it does. Therefore, we contain it.
That's why I'm trying to separate the idea of political versus. I mean, yes, there are huge things I don't like about clearly modern Russian civilization. I don't know where I come down. Am I going to blame the East?
Tell me what you like about any Russian civilization.
But
did you find something?
But the thing is, there were lots of nice things about German civilization, and they went off the rails. There were lovely things about Chinese civilization, and they're going off the rails. Countries turn murderous and horrendous with remarkable ease.
Yeah, but Rebecca, Russia has been murderous since the Duchy of Muscovy has been around.
Yes.
Wendy, back to you. Maybe you want to go to Bionada, Laughing Tommy, or Finance.
Yeah, cheers, Axel. Thanks, ma'am. Bionada, welcome up.
Thank you very much. My personal opinion as a German is, I mean, we know what happened in Germany and how it was solved, and it's, in my opinion, the best way we could do it with Russia. But for this, we had to occupy Russia, and then this is not an easy thing which will happen. So the question here is more likely, in my idea, is it's not about hatred against the Russian culture. It's, like Axel said, about containment. And I don't want to support any Russian economy or anything in Russia which is helping to build rockets which were shot to Ukraine. And the point is, every little bit you do with the Russian economy, you do with the Russian culture, everything you buy from Russia, everything which is produced in Russia, it's really helping them. And I mean, well, there may be some Russian artists which did cultural things, sure, but nobody is saying, oh, I don't see people running around and burning books like it happened 1938. So this is not what's happening with Russia. I think this we need to make clear here.
Yeah, it's important not to be too concerned, because identifying the causes and doing this as coolly as possible is the best way to find the solutions. Speaking of solutions, I've got a great guy up here who's always provided some wonderful solutions. Finance, great to see you up here.
Thanks, Wendy. I don't have an easy solution for Russia. I mean, the solution, I think we can just listen to our Central Asian academics. Many of them have both been on the space and on Twitter and off Twitter, who all basically say the same broad idea of, Russia needs to decolonize. It's the only major one of, there's a certain colonial aspect to China as well, sadly. But, of the European empires, it's the one that has not fallen, and it's the one that has not broken up. And, the end result of this horrific colonial power is more imperial aggression, right? An empire thinks like an empire. It doesn't think in terms of human rights, in terms of human agency, in terms of the will and rights of other peoples other than their own ethnic core, right? The nature of Russia, since as said earlier, I think by Axel, is since Ivan the Terrible in the Duchy of Muscovy. This has always been their way. This has always been their way of war. The horrors we see at Bucha are how they waged the Winter War. They're how they waged World War II. They're what they did in Chechnya. They're what they did in Tsarist Russia. This is what they've been doing since literally Ivan the Terrible. This is how they go about business. And I'm using the term business way too loosely here. So, like I am, for one, I don't know if it will happen. I still think it's, I don't want to bet against Siloviki, but if the solution to the madness is for Russia to go back to being, like the rest of the world, not an imperial power, right? Like Russians can have a Russian state, and then all the non-Russian minorities, aka all of Siberia, need to be not part of this horrific empire that exists for imperial aggression. And until that happens, as long as it maintains a centralized, state where you're run by a dictator with no rules on him, we're going to get such corrupt madness, in some other fashion in the next decade. Even if Ukraine's in NATO and has all her territory, I wouldn't want to be Kazakh in 10 years when Russia's semi-rearmed and, well, they're not going to have the same population because they just went and murdered too many of them. But, like, Kazakh's at risk, Georgia's at risk. There's other countries they could attack. There's always someone they can find to be a jerk to, right? Like, this madness needs to end. Like, enough is enough. Like, we said no to empire. We need to, as a global community, support not them staying together as this imperial monstrosity, support human rights, human agency, and freedom of peoples, and them not being this horrific imperial monstrosity. I'll just kick it back to y'all.
Just, hi, Wendy. Hi, Marcus. A little bit of have we talked about Bakhmut at all?
We were waiting for you to bring it up.
Where were you, or were we?
No, we weren't.
Yes,
We spoke about it 2.5 hours ago briefly, but not with the latest information you posted.
Yeah, no. So we have some of our Israeli friends who are fighting in and around the region who are giving us a bit of a delay on information. Israeli Ukrainians, I should add. And it looks like what we had said all along was true. Ukrainians are pulling Russians into an area, attriting them, putting them in a kill zone, and then reclaiming and liberating the same piece of land again. It's happened 11 times now, 11 times in the last month and a half, and the Ukrainian forces are back to their mid-November position, according to our friends who are fighting there. And this could, I guess could go on for as long as the Russians don't seem to take a hint. It's actually good news. And then we might hear the Russians make more inroads in the same area again. But every time they do that, they lose a company. They lose 150 people. They lose another 150 more when they try to push even further. They don't have the force ratio to affect some permanent change, I would reckon, in Bakhmut. So they're going for these suicidal attacks. The Ukrainians oblige them in said desire, and then the Russians get pounded by artillery and all manner of drones that the Ukrainians have managed to get sorted out there. And these drones turn around and just clean up, mop up the remaining Russians that are in that little pocket, and then Ukrainians move forward, and the Russians try this again. Why do the Ukrainians move forward? They want the Russians to be pushed back so they can dedicate more troops to go and do the same thing. It's like Groundhog Day, except the Russians don't wake up the next day. So, very important. Just touching on the other thing, I know finance are very dedicated on this decolonialization of Russia. There aren't many native Siberians versus how many ethnic Russians live in Siberia. Siberia is not going to be independent. Um, uh, and I think, unfortunately, this isn't a solution because it's not just Russia physically being in someone's country. It's the projection, the covert projection of their power that's problematic. It's the the ginning up of problems between ethnic Russians still in Kazakhstan on the northern border. I wish it was simple as to carve them up, but there are certain areas that won't get carved up, certain areas that just don't have the civil society, the infrastructure to become independent states like Dagestan, and maybe Tatars could do something if given a lot of help by, say, Turkey, which seems to have a thing for Turkic speaking peoples in Central Asia. They think they're the granddaddy of them all. In fact, they're the grandson of them. But they're going to look to take a role like that. Either way, the point is the same. Russia's ability to prosecute war and their ability to extend malign influence around them is the real issue. It doesn't really matter where they sit if they continuously disrupt and damage the stability of countries around them. I think we can all agree that's really important. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick. But as for Bakhmut, it holds, of course, but it's not the be-all, end-all. It's definitely a place where Ukrainian forces are blocking Russian forces. We can't get caught up in the minutiae of, the Russians have made here and there gains. So if you were a Russian local area commander there, you might have just lost 3,000 troops. And what have you gained? Absolutely nothing, right? And that makes a lot of difference in the winter as it's getting colder and your troops are far less motivated. Some of them are only motivated by money if you're a Wagner person. Some of them aren't motivated at all. And as I said, it's a horrible place for the Russians to be. It's a horrible place for the Russians to try to defend. And I think we're seeing that the Ukrainians are doing exactly what we speculated here for a long time, and that is the Russians are being attrited. They're making a mistake. The Ukrainians are more than happy to give them a bit of carrot and then hit them with a big stick and then rinse and repeat, do it again. So if anyone would like to talk about that, please do. It's a good thing. And it shows you that the Ukrainians are dictating the operational tempo and the battle rhythm here is, they have the momentum. I think that's a good thing. And back to you, Wendy or Marcus or Axel.
Yehuda, are you saying that their quest to take a rubbish dump has been unsuccessful?
It's been rubbished. Yeah. And it'll keep going. It'll just keep going. The Russians, again, luckily for the Ukrainians, the Russians have decided to just put everything that they've got into something that's not that important. And it allows the Ukrainians to give up land here and there and then counterattack. But every time the Russians do that, they're losing a battalion. They're losing a lot of troops. And they obviously can't sustain that forever. And they'll lose even more when the weather grows even colder.
Finance?
Yeah, I know you've talked before about how the strategic importance of Bakhmut, given the other land Russia has no longer controlled because it's been liberated by the Ukrainian armed forces, is somewhat diminished for them. So my question is this impacting their supplies? Are they actually struggling to supply what troops they can get that are attacking here? Like, is there a slowdown in their ability to fire artillery and things like that? Or is this also something that's going on in their Pyrrhic activities of Bakhmut?
So their supply is still exposed to Ukrainian deep fires, and they've obviously managed to diversify their sustainment and have more, have more smaller ammo dumps in certain areas, and they're moving up a lot of small arms munition would be for your rifles. So they're not fighting the artillery battles they were. They did, in fact, just yesterday, according to our friends on the ground, the Russians called in arty on their own position when they meant to be a little further west, and they killed themselves. So their proficiency is poor. Their tradecraft in the artillery sense is quite poor. And, they're not, this isn't these aren't the battles of April, May, June, up to July. They are hurting. And they're not, the good thing for Ukraine is they're not able to bring the rounds down like they were in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. So they're switching, or they've switched tactics. This is from our friends on the ground, and also statements released by General Sidursky, Ukrainian Armed Forces, who said that the Russians are now cutting off troops in smaller units, platoon size, and equipping them to do these hasty attacks on Ukrainian positions. But they lose a lot of men doing it, and they don't do it with a lot of support. So there's not a lot of force multipliers or enabling forces that help the Russians out. It's kind of like overwhelming numbers in smaller areas, and then they can't maintain that position. They can't secure that terrain, and they end up getting picked off by Ukrainians, whether they're through drones dropping bombs, whether they're mortars. Apparently. Did you hear me?
Did we just lose him?
Did you get to Israeli mortars or no?
Not quite.
Okay, so the Russians get in there. The Ukrainians use very sophisticated drone technology. Plus, then there's Israeli mortars that our friends say are being used. How they got there, no one knows. But they're quite effective, and then the Ukrainians just chop up the Russians that are in that position, and then they push through when there's very little to push through, and they secure another line. I don't think they're getting comfortable in those positions. They want the Russians to do it again, because Ukrainians can withdraw and let the Russians get sucked in again. And guess what? All of those mortar men and women have those coordinates zeroed. They know where their targets are, and they'll just do it again. And the Russians will lose another battalion size strength in a couple of days, sometimes one day. So hope that answers your question, Finance.
I appreciate it.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Yehuda. While you're here, Yehuda, have you heard of the statement by the press centre OK South? I'm going to try and pronounce her name, Natalia Gumenchuk. That was not how I pronounce her name.
No worries. No, I didn't. What is it?
She's actually stated that the invaders appear to be pulling back from Melitopol, similar to the way that they did in Kherson. They appear to be equipping the line of defence on the left bank of the Dnieper. And her statement was, if they want to step on rakes, let them work at the same scenario, because we know how it will end.
I'm sorry, so can you confirm they're withdrawing to Melitopol or from Melitopol?
Further back from Melitopol, apparently.
Yeah, they could be thinning out. I'm not sure. What we've seen is that the Russians are trying to set up a defense there. If they're thinking that far in advance and imagining Ukrainian forces pushing from Zaporizhia and across, then that would show some insight on their part. But I'm not sure they're there yet. I think it's what's going on in Kherson. We don't talk about it, but there's got to be stuff going on bridges, bridging equipment. The Russians left the Ukrainians a lot of it too. The idea is how many Ukrainians couldn't get across and get into their, get into attack positions, shake out their forces, get into attack positions, and conduct a counteroffensive to liberate the rest of Kherson and Zaporizhia. I think that's a really important feature. I'm not sure if she's saying they have. I'm not sure they're withdrawing completely. I mean, they can move things around, but still unsure as to the situation. I suspect a big part of the next major offensives will occur either there or in Kharkiv area. And we'll have to wait and see, but it's still good news if that's what she said. And I'll take your word for it.
Well, I was just wondering if that statement might be more of a a statement of intent, an indication of you better be getting out, sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's a statement that's always going to be said. But I guess what I would want to glean from the statement is what does it mean, and who's going where, and what do the reports say, right? And what is the benefit to announce it for the Ukrainians, right? That's the other factor you need to consider.
Good point.
All right, yeah. So Bakhmut retaken. Actually, the Russians have effectively been pushed out of the whole city again, and we could see them try it all over again, and then back and forth. But remember, it's the Ukrainians that are defending, and the Russians who are attacking. So the Russians require far greater, superior forces and other forces that can mitigate Ukrainian force multipliers like drones. So they need to have more anti-drone. They need to have better signals communication, things that they don't have. So every 100 meters is a big deal for them to take, and they lose a lot of people, right? And then, you're going to have, ostensibly, you're having Russian soldiers who are going to go and attack that garbage dump again, as Wendy said. Literally, part of it is a landfill site. They're going to see, the frozen parts of their friends or someone they saw earlier in the month, and that doesn't make people feel good. Makes them feel uncomfortable, I would say. But that's where we're going. And then, it's not the Ukrainians are being mean and not, clearing dead bodies, but it's a no man's land. They're not going to be in certain parts of it, and you'll see Russians will see frozen colleagues. It's got to have a big, nasty effect on their psyche, and they're not defending their country. They know they're in Ukraine. So all of the traditional motivators that a soldier, might have, none of them the Russians have. So, anywho, so that's where we're at with Bakhmut, and I will see if I don't usually do maps of cities, but maybe I will. We'll see what happens.
Have you also heard the reports of 2 helicopters that have been shot down today? There is a suggestion that they were shot down by air defence, but I'm not sure if that's the whole truth. It was just on one of the reports that I saw.
Sorry, where was that you saw that?
So I've seen several reports.
Where were the helicopters?
Oh, the helicopters. One was in the Donetsk area, and the other one hasn't been confirmed yet.
Yeah. Listen, Rotary Wing, it's in a non-permissive environment. They're not showing up to be very good for the Russians, and it's very telling. None of their Air Force, or in this case, their helicopters, I don't know if they're Army, Air Force, I think it's just Air Force, but they're doing either presence patrols sometimes, or they don't seem to have an actual purpose to either transporting or close air support. Maybe you're thinking they're providing some kind of support for ground forces, but we've had some pilots on here who've said, no, it's mostly they're just show of force, and they're getting shot down. I don't know how many more they have. I'd love to know how many helicopters they've lost. Maybe John Rich has a number and how many they have left that work. But yeah, total nightmare for Russian aviation. It doesn't seem like they know what they're doing or where they're going. And again, all bodes well for Ukraine.
It certainly does. And while we're on the subject of air defence, Russian television today claimed that their air defence systems are much superior to Patriot.
Yeah.
And I'm sure by all the sales that they've been getting, all the orders that have been rolling in, I'm sure that is up to.
Yeah. S300, they actually, one of their talking heads said that the S300 is far superior to the Patriots. I mean, look, what do you, I'm, what do you want? I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Chinese Jamaican. Anyone can say anything. These people lie with facility. They are, they're not even ashamed of it, right? Recently, another Russian member of parliament on the same silly show said that the Russians have already achieved their objective. They've demilitarized Ukraine in May. And after that, it's actually NATO forces that they're fighting. What can you say, right? I mean, their reports, people don't know, but on Russian channels, their media, their 6 o'clock news, they're having reports that we have slaughtered another 100 Polish mercenaries. Like, they're just making things up. They make up like who they're fighting. They're so embarrassed. They certainly don't want to admit that their amazing, great, spectacular army and soldiers are being defeated by Ukrainians. That's just a bridge way too far for them. They won't say that. This is, they often in their racism too will point out that we've encountered black soldiers from America. I think they're talking about Malcolm Nance, and he's like the only one. And apparently Malcolm is everywhere. So it's very bizarre. It's a very, very bizarre accusation. But it's how they sleep at night, right? They can't admit that Ukraine is very strong. They can't admit the Ukrainians are better at fighting, and they're braver, and they have more morals. They have more humanity, and they're fighting for the free world. They can't admit that. It's definitely, in their minds, it's the United States, it's Britain, Canada. I guess we don't count to them, but in their minds, it's definitely everyone else but the Ukrainians fighting. So we're going to hear more and more of it. There is a nice lady, I think, Yulia Mendel, who I'd like to get her on. She has her tagline there that says, "I watch Russian media, so you don't have to," and she has some great stuff. Only criticism is she doesn't include all the swearing. Usually, there's a lot of swearing in the Russian videos, and she tends to leave them out. But very bizarre. Lukashenko met with Putin today, and they had a talk. There's a clip that's been passing around about how he says that Putin and him fight for who's the most aggressive, toxic person in the world, and they agreed it's both of them. But I suspect, because I haven't seen the whole clip, whole interview, that he could be just referencing what people say about them and mocking them. So I wouldn't read too much into that. However, it's definitely, some people are speculating that Belarus is getting an ultimatum: either you attack with us or we absorb you, or something like that. I don't think it's that simple. I think Belarus, what they'll do for domestic consumption and really Russia is they have their defense pact. The Russians will just make up a story that Ukraine attacked Belarus, and Belarus will ask for Russia to help it, like it can help it, and then they'll launch an attack in a month or something from Belarus. It seems that the conditions are there. Ukrainian general staff have said as much. They haven't given a timeline, but I think what they mean is that they're confident, based on the intelligence that they've gleaned, and the Americans and other people, that it is definitely an option for them to attack from there with Belarusian troops. But it doesn't, It doesn't mean that they think it's going to be successful, but they're just saying that's what the Russians are trying to do. Perhaps quote unquote internationalize the conflict from their perspective by adding Belarus, which isn't even really a sovereign nation. It is on paper, but it's very much behaves at the request of Putin. So that's part of the other stuff we were talking about with the imperialism. Putin doesn't need to say Belarus is Russia to control it, right? And it's still problematic. He still is an issue because of his ability to affect local leaders. And Lukashenko is not even a legitimate leader anymore, since he's had probably too many fake elections in the last 10 or 15 years. Probably are all fake, but let's be generous, perhaps. Anyway, if anyone wants to come up and throw their hand up, I want it to be the Yehuda hour. We got a lot of people here. Any takers?
Well, I was just going to add on to that there was a bit of a statement that came out of the meeting from Lukashenko and Putin. They met for 2.5 hours. And after that meeting, they announced that Russia was going to give Belarus some S-400 systems and some Iskander missile systems for their defense, of course. That's the statement that I saw.
Also, they made a comment about them getting Sukhoi 35s with special warheads. Little silly threats again. I'm sure that wasn't what the result of the conversation was. I'm sure that there was something a lot more sinister. But only time will tell. I think, Mockers, only time is going to tell what the Russians do there.
Yep, couldn't agree more. We have to keep our eyes on it. Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. Just a question for Yehuda. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to hear Peter Zeihan, but specifically with reference to time frame, he had laid out sort of a global strategy that may be at play, and specifically with regard to timelines. And he was suggesting that the April-May period may be the final axe blow, if you will, to the Russians. But in terms of the attrition up until that point, he was sort of suggesting an analysis that what the Russians might be doing and what they are perhaps being invited to do is keep filling the sausage skins and keep putting new sausages, if you will, into the meat grinder, and with the view that perhaps by that time frame, the spring quadrant, if you will, that the Russians will simply have run out of the backup sausages, and that at that stage they will be entirely exhausted if their strategy continues to play as it will. And perhaps Bakhmut, I don't know if that is perhaps a window into that kind of a larger strategy or not. But what would you think about that?
Oh yeah, I was there with Peter, and he answered that when we were talking. I did come in a little later, maybe that's why. So yeah, I mean, look, the situation, your enemy has a vote, and the Russians have voted to die at Bakhmut, and so the Ukrainians oblige them. And so that can't be really part of the Ukrainian strategy on a tactical level, because that depends on where the Russians attack. But it is an area where the Ukrainians are supremely poised to defend, so therefore they're able to make the Russians pay for it. So what Peter Zeihan was referencing was by mid-spring, he said 40,000. I suspect the number will be greater than that. Of Ukrainian troops will have at that point finished something like 6 months of training by the best trainers on the planet, the best soldiers on the planet, aside from themselves, really. But NATO forces that will be training them on equipment that they have, equipment that they don't have, and they will be able to bring those to bear, meaning really, really switched on. So imagine he says 40, let's say I say 60. So imagine 60,000 super switched on soldiers who are doing live fire exercises on the brigade level where they're fighting, wargaming. They're getting tougher and smarter and more experienced. They have Ukrainian veterans or active, veterans of hard fights coming over to Germany to sit down with them and tell them this is what you're going to see when you get there. If you're in Bakhmut area, it's like this. If you're in the Kherson area, it looks like this. So you use all your training. Imagine that you're doing this. Imagine you're doing that, and that's what you're going to see. And so when the spring comes and you can fight faster and harder for longer because of the favorable weather conditions, then you're going to be able to see the Ukrainians do something pretty spectacular based on the new additions for the spring. Does that make sense, Leonard?
Yeah, that fits pretty much into that strategy. Thanks.
Excellent. Go ahead, Gunther.
Yehuda, I just started looking at the map, and there's maybe 8 major highways that come from Belarus into Ukraine. And if they want to go to Kyiv, then it's just a few. And it looks like it's like kind of marshy land as well. Like how many, like in order for them to attack, wouldn't they still have to kind of stack up and be on highways and be now subjected to, like a rain of HIMARS death as they approach?
Sorry, give me 1 second. You want to someone grab that for me? Yeah. Excellent. Just doing a childcare thing right now. Be right back.
No worries. I can actually tell you that that area, all those roads are either pre-sighted or they're mined. All the countryside along that side is mined. I believe there's a wall in some areas. So, yeah, it's not an easy target anymore. It's not an easy border to just roll over. Also, that is the backlines where a lot of the troops go to rest and recoup. So there is always people who are... So, yeah, it would be like trying to take a bite out of a porcupine, I would say. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just say that border is so spiky right now, I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
If I'm not mistaken, there were 13 bridges between Belarus and Ukraine before this invasion happened in February, and there are now exactly 2 bridges between. And some of the Ukrainians responsible for defending that border double dog dare Belarus to come across those 2 bridges. The only hiccup in that plan is when it gets so cold out that what would normally be marshy and muddy land near some of those blown bridges hardens up and it can be traversed by tracked vehicles. So there's still a danger, but if Belarus didn't have the courage to assist Russia when the invasion began in February, then they certainly don't at this point. They've seen what happens when you encroach upon Ukrainian territory and kill Ukrainian young men and women, and they would do so at their own peril.
Ryan, I need to ask you, are you in the clink?
No. I had a couple of messages, people wanting an update about that. I got up this morning and presented myself at the police station for further review. I had to stand outside for about a half an hour while they figured out who the hell I was and what I was doing there. They took me in and introduced me to a female. I think she was a detective. I don't know. She wasn't a regular police officer because she didn't have a uniform on. She looked like some sort of investigator, but she came out and spoke with me for a minute and asked some specifics about when the accident was, and I showed her a photograph that had a timestamp on it, and she knew instantly. the incident in reference, and she told me to wait another 10 or so minutes while she went and pulled up some documents, and she came back out and told me there would be no further action taken. She thanked me for my service here volunteering and gave me a big, huge hug. So, all's well.
Did you get a cookie with that?
I did not. No cookies, no breakfast. After I got done there, that's when I tuned in and was listening while we were discussing energy policy with Victoria
Wojcicka.
Yeah, that. Sorry. I have a little bit of a disorder of written language, so appreciate your help, Axel. She's a wonderful woman, by the way. I did not get a cookie. I tuned in to the Maria Report for a little bit, listened on that, and then I had to make my way back to the west to go and help two of the other volunteers load every single possible square inch that we could jam into 2 large cargo vans. There is still a third load that will have to go back, so I got 3 van loads in the one truck that I brought across, and that stuff is on its way to the Kyiv area. I think they may be stopping tonight because they don't like to drive quite as much as I do. But in the morning, all of that stuff will have arrived. I neglected to get pictures. I think somebody took a couple of videos. I'll take a look at them once they get forwarded to me and make sure we're not oversharing anything. And then luckily the generator that I picked up now 10 days ago will finally arrive at its final destination to some people who desperately need it. But there's also a massive amount of food, some clothes that we piled on top. There were 80 food kits that were generously donated by a food bank in Rzeszów, Poland. They're actually bigger than the food kits that Renegade Relief puts together, so I made sure we've packed every single one of those boxes, and I suspect those will head directly to the Kharkiv Humanitarian Center and be distributed out from there.
Awesome, thanks so much, Ryan. I've got a hand up here. Brian, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much, Marcus. I had a quick question for Axel, and a quick shout out to Yehuda. Thank you for your powers of strategic clairvoyance, that's a technical term, which has kept me on board with what's actually going on in Bakhmut, and I have implicit faith in the information that I'm getting. My question has to do with a particular individual who posts on Twitter occasionally, a German-based journalist, says he is a journalist, I don't know freelance or for which agency he works.
Rupter
and
or something like that? Ruptke, something?
Julian Ripke. I'm getting a bit confused sometimes, and I'm going to be generous here because I do not know the man, and I do not know enough to make any judgment. Sorry, Axel?
He works for Bild.
Right. More off. Well, I know that he has had some run-ins with some regulars on this Twitter space before, and some have tried to take him to task for rather reckless journalistic practices. And I might be wrong, I might not be, but sometimes I get the gut feeling that he's using Russian sources in a rather uncritical way. He recently posted something which fits into what Yehuda was saying about what is going on in Bakhmut, where it said the Russians have captured 80% now of the industrial area, which sounds to me a bit like now having taken over the rubbish tip, they've inherited a junkyard. There doesn't appear to be any.
Might actually have an answer for you here, Brian.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you
Yeah,
want to finish the question though, or there was a question in there? No.
The question is how well, you said he works for Bild Zeitung, so I suppose that is an answer. Must one take his reports with a grain of salt or by the hundredweight?
Yeah,
It's
I think
difficult.
to answer your question there, though, that's what I was wanting to get to. Some might call the Bild maybe somewhat of a less prestigious paper. I'm not sure if everyone shares that assessment. However, I think you nailed it in your own question. He uncritically regurgitates Russian news items. I don't think the man knows a thing about the military. I don't think he knows literally a thing about how armies work. And as a result, he's prone to say things or extrapolate, or we know people, even online, on Twitter, that extrapolate and analyze things without the understanding, the background, the tactical understanding of strategic concepts. In this case, it's a fighting a delay or a mobile defense, or an ambush. Ukrainians seem to be very good at letting the Russians jump into an area where they shouldn't be, whereas a normal commander might not want to commit their forces to such an idea fraught with folly. But the Russians do, and the Ukrainians oblige. And if you took a snapshot halfway through, it might look like the Russians are winning. But to what end are they winning? What's the momentum look like? What's the next tactical bound? No one would look at Bakhmut and go, "Yay! They've gotten this piece of terrain that's right within range of Ukrainian mortars, and they've already taken 10 times, now 11 times in the last month and a half, and they've lost thousands of troops in doing it." If your report on that assessment is the Russians are in control of 80% of the industrial zone, while you might be accurate, you're not precise, I guess. So I think that should answer. What's his motivation? He tends to be, appears to be, supporting Ukraine in the sense that, he uses the right terminology about how Ukraine is fighting for its survival, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not sure that his intent or his desires and his capabilities are well connected, and that's the most polite way I say it.
It's complex.
Yes,
very complex.
Yes.
Sorry, Brian?
Yeah, thank you very much. That my gut impression was he's not taking all possible sources on board, and he's being extremely uncritical or not critical enough, and as you say, and regurgitate them, and that is perhaps why a few have taken a task, because that quite simply is a shoddy practice for journalistic work.
Yeah, if you weren't a defense or war reporter before the war, you'd be surprised how many new war reporters exist on the planet. And they,
It's a bit more complex. He was the first German reporter of any German newspaper who met Zelensky, for example, just for fun. He is working for Bild. Therefore, he has deep pockets behind him. He is an equal opportunity offender. He is always somewhere in front. He's always somewhere close. What Yehuda said is correct. He doesn't necessarily connect the dots. He is, and I look through his account pretty much all the time, just in order to see what is happening. He is very, very often, I'd say 7 out of 10 cases, very much constantly not only in favor of Ukraine, but also making Ukrainian points. He is one of the biggest advocates for Germany, by the way, providing main battle tanks, Marders. He's critical of this administration in Germany and the likes. All the right things. But at the same time, he often enough uncritically takes information in. But he does so from the Ukrainian side as much as from the Russian side, which creates such a conundrum often enough. Yesterday and today, in regard to Bakhmut, for example, he was pretty much on the money, and he highlighted that Rebar was wrong, and other sources were following the Ukrainian sources on the Russian side. But he is himself. He is quite unique in that regard, and he makes enemies more than he makes friends on every single side of the spectrum. It's just that because he does it in German, the international media doesn't quite get it.
Thank you very much, Axel. And Yehuda, I do look forward to the publication of the best of the worst of Yehuda's dad jokes. Have you
They're
know
coming.
that among my youthful academic colleagues, when I went back to uni, I gained the reputation. They call me embarrassing dad. There's a story there. I wear that honor with pride.
So you should. Yeah, I mean, keep looking. There's articles everywhere, and we always have to discern where we're getting our news from, our information. You can have a snapshot of a crime, and it could look very different if you analyze it differently. I don't know everything that Julian writes. Axel probably is much more in tune with it, but the more egregious ones get, people will send me a DM, and I don't know if it was around Kherson. There was just certain times you just got it grossly wrong. But I can't speak to his intent, because I do know that he is, quote unquote, pro-humanity, pro-Ukraine. But the only assessment I can make is that he doesn't understand the war fighting part very well or at all, and that's a problem. I mean, if he's shaping public opinion in Germany, that are helping to do it just by being an influential journalist, then that could be problematic. But I don't think there's malintent personally there. I think maybe it's clickbaity more than anything. Sometimes.
I think you're right.
Thank you very much. All very helpful. Thank you.
I think you're right. And Yehuda, the worst part is there are much worse German journalists reporting on the war.
Yeah, I agreed, 100%.
I think the most important point we have to see here, it's basically his job, and he's writing for kind of a tabloid. No, it's Bild is a tabloid, but like Axel said, there's big pockets behind. We saw, for example, a few days ago, Klitschko and Baerbock and Lindner visited a big charity where they collected millions of euros, where also some kind of money goes also to Ukraine to support children. It's a big company behind this, he has a job, and he does his job good when he sells online abos, newspapers, and he has articles which are in this kind of style, and this is what he does. And if he needs a new story and there's nothing happening on the front line except Bakhmut, what reckon you what he will write about? Oh yeah, they took 500 meters again, and I personally got blocked by him because I said, yeah, that's the same 500 meters they get again and again and again since months. But this is kind of his business model, and it's his job, and this is why I would say, don't take it too much at face value, and take it not only with a grain of salt, but basically with much salt, and look very objective on this.
All right, I think we got that one. Gunther had a question about the tactics, I think, and then I had to run. Is he still there and wants to answer it, or welcome to Verlaine?
Yeah, it's okay. I think I answered Gunther's question really.
Okay.
And hello, Verlaine. Good to see you.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to those who are in Australia. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, really well.
Hello, my friend.
How was the dang chocolate?
It was.
Well, first of all,
challenging,
tell us are you safe, Verlaine? Good about the chocolate for a second. You're having power outages. Can you tell our audience where you're calling from?
I have to explain about the chocolate definitely, because that's spoiler alert from Axel. I'm relatively safe. From my perspective, I'm absolutely safe on my 14th floor in the almost powerless, signal-less apartment. But my mom is freaking out more and more every day. I can't blame her for that. Overall, I'm okay-ish, sort of. Yeah, the chocolate that Axel was mentioning is we actually I was actually honored and pleased to meet Victoria UA in Kyiv today, and we also met the CEO of Ukrzaliznytsia, who's been on space, and she brought him chocolates from the US, and he was very gracious in giving Ukrainian chocolates in return, and Victoria decided that she needs to feed me because that's some kind of like I guess Doman has cursed everyone who meets me in Kyiv because they have the urge to feed me. I don't look that malnutrition, but anyways, uh, we 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 had like the tasting of the chocolates, and it looks like a volcano. That's the best way to describe it. But that's very unusual for Ukrzaliznytsia railway service to produce chocolates. So yeah, it felt like nuts, which makes me nuts.
The chocolate had nuts in it, like a Toblerone. Or
Yeah, like something more, something softer actually. It feels like that, but softer. And there's like a lot of things in between. But yeah, overall, I do apologize for not coming up more. The schedules and the blackouts are getting more and more unpredictable. Like our our situation right now is situational, the change because of the attacks. We keep on lacking power in capital in and like the regions that are close to the capital for more than 10 hours straight. So for instance, we didn't have, like, I wasn't at home because I was running some errands since it's Saint Nicholas Day, and that's usually the day when kids in Ukraine receive some chocolates, sweets. Not only kids, usually, regardless of your age, you're gonna find something beneath your pillow. But our soldiers usually right now are just able to find their like Mykolaichik, their Saint Nicholas treats on like it, like let's say in the postal services. That's how they usually receive those. It's like I wouldn't call this an advent, but that's some kind of preparation before Christmas and New Year. So I was running an errand, but I was told that even though I was running an errand, I didn't have signal. I thought that that's the regional thing, but I was told that in my apartment and in the right bank of the river, we didn't have power from 10 a.m. till pretty much 10 p.m. So it's more than 10 hours. It was 12 hours straight. And I kind of assumed that I might lose the power in an hour or so because we have this stabilizing shifts. Overall, it's getting harder to connect to anything. It's well, it's predictable on one hand, but on the other hand, you can't be just ready for the scale of the madness that they are invoking.
so, Verlaine, just for our audience who don't know, you're in the capital region in Ukraine, correct?
If you look at the map, I'm basically on like southwest of Kyiv.
There you go. Okay, I
Technically.
was just wanted to share because not everyone. We got a lot of new listeners lately, so and we obviously wish you continued safety. For normal people, you're not in a safe place, but for Ukraine, you feel you're pretty good. So that's always good to hear, and I'm glad you got chocolates. When is Victoria coming back? Is she there?
She's actually coming back hopefully tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I can't share that information because of safety reasons, but Ryan is the one who will make sure that everything goes smoothly, and I'm eternally indebted to him for making this thing happen because of the obvious reasons. So, Ryan, thank you for being our knight in armor, without armor, but hopefully you will have.
Shining the Oklahoma armor.
He's definitely shining even without the armor. That's for sure.
There you go.
Funny enough, Victoria, I almost felt like Victoria pinched me, like to make sure that I'm real. I almost did the same, but I didn't because she's not the first person who I met. But funny enough, it all comes together in a very peculiar way. So yeah, more
We've
and
done
more
that.
people are materializing.
We have, just for our audience, we have several Maria Report members who are in Ukraine right now. We started as a collection of random people, literally online. We have people that have left to report in Ukraine, to volunteer in Ukraine. We have more people on the way going to Ukraine. We might formalize things and make this a proper NGO, I think, because that's the best way to, preserve what magic we've created as a global online community. And several of the Victorias now have met up, and they are not the same person. We have Ryan there as well. Ryan attended meetings at the Prime Minister's office in Poland on behalf of Maria Report to talk about green corridors for our partners' deliveries to Ukraine. So we're getting to be, we're almost have no choice but to be more and more organized. Again, all supported by you, the listener, the one who's interested in what's going on, who cares about the world around them. So it is really, really important that we keep the momentum going and continue to build these relationships. If you want to be a part of the team, just reach out to us. We're always looking for friends and helpers and people to help us help Ukraine. So thanks for that. I'm going to hop down there. Ryan's up, and Mockers and Wendy, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, Yehuda, before you drop off, I do apologize for not saying this like earlier, but happy Hanukkah and happy Hanukkah to everyone who's listening and celebrating. It's just a little bit hectic here, and it's hard to keep up the track of the things going on, but it's really important to celebrate, and keep on living the life full of hope and full of just festive atmosphere. So yeah.
Thank you for that. We'll speak soon.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was extremely jealous when I talked to the other Victoria tonight and she told me that she'd had dinner with Verlaine. I was hoping I would get to hug your neck again before I headed home for the holidays, but unfortunately, other things popped up and I was not able to make it back to Kyiv.
Excuses. When you want to find a way, you will. When you don't, you will find an excuse. Anyways, it's a joke, but luckily we're gonna have 2023, so we definitely are awaiting you here, safe and sound after Christmas.
I'll be back as soon as I can manage to make the arrangements, and I look forward to sharing another Khachapuri with you in the near future.
Have you become addicted to them?
Yes, I actually tried to order some for dinner tonight through Bolt and have it delivered to me, and for whatever reason, the card I had registered on file with Bolt, the cab service, would not work with Bolt, the food delivery service. So in mild anger and frustration, I went to sleep and tried to catch up on my huge sleep deficit. I think I've gotten about 10 or 12 hours in the last 4 days, so I really did need to catch some rest, and I did get some rest, and I'm not starving. I have some nice chocolates myself that were given to me by a woman in Poland who helps Julia. She's a personal friend of Julia. She was holding on to some keys for some vehicles that needed to be moved into the country, and when I went and picked them up from her, I think it was day before yesterday, or maybe yesterday, I don't really remember anymore. She provided me the keys and the documents I needed, and then stuffed a couple of boxes of chocolates in my pocket and said that they were from grateful people in Poland who wanted to show their appreciation. and far be it from me to refuse. So I had chocolates and marzipan for dinner, and I'm perfectly fine. I do look forward to eating some khachapuri tomorrow. I think I will be connecting with the other Victoria, so I will get to share a meal with a Victoria, just not you, Victoria.
I'm so used to being called Verlaine to miss the confusion. So you can just keep on calling me Verlaine. My
You're
call sign
Verlaine.
remains. Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah.
But I was jealous when I found out that the two Victorias shared a dinner table together, and I was unable to attend. But I'll definitely be back sometime in February, if not sooner. I will be coming over here again on a one-way ticket in February, and I'll hopefully be able to stay longer than 7 or 8 weeks. Actually, hopefully I won't need to stay longer than 7 or 8 weeks. Maybe this stupid war will be over by then. And then we can plan Crimea party.
Let's put it this way: we have John Spencer up. I think this will take a few more battles. John.
I'm just trying to be an eternal optimist.
John, can you hear us?
Hey, Axel, yeah, you got me?
Yeah, loud and clear. All good. I was just saying that whilst Brian and we all have the hope that the war may end up early enough, but it seems that it will continue to be a conventional war and take a lot longer.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, I mean, you can never predict the ultimate future in wars, and if anybody says they can, they're just wrong. I think most of the consensus agrees that Putin will not come to his senses and will continue to destroy the Russian military, and Ukrainian military and Ukrainian people will have to oblige him in doing that until they culminate.
Yeah, given the amount of people he can still throw at the lines and therefore force Ukrainians to defend or, let's say, circumnavigate, attack the Trit, is still sufficient in order to keep everybody busy. And it's, as General Zaluzhny indicated, it is, General Zyrtsky as well, it is significantly harder to take back territory, especially if you care about your men and women in the armed forces as opposed to what the Russians do.
Yeah, 100%. It always is harder to reclaim, especially urban terrain, because they're your city, they're your people, and Russians aren't successful even when they don't care, but clearly they show that they don't care, and they'll destroy ground, not even to take it, but just to destroy it. But I 100% agree with, of course, they know better than I do, that it's much harder, but doesn't mean that it's not impossible. It just takes more planning, more resources, and more of that wonderful military aid to keep flowing in, and for their requests to be answered on the things they haven't gotten yet.
Yehuda was up here for a little while, until about a few minutes before you joined, and he had started by highlighting that after the indications which we received earlier today that Ukrainian armed forces had pushed out the Russians from the two outskirts of Bakhmut, which the Russians had infiltrated in recent days, that they had pushed them much further out even. And then a very experienced IDF fighter in Ukrainian services posted a note that essentially that they had reclaimed back the lines, which he described in purple, and the map I think is up if I'm not quite mistaken, which are from early November. So essentially Russia, just underscoring your point, wasted close to 10,000 men.
I mean, I think they're wasting, somewhere up to around the figures of 100,000 in Ukraine at all. In general, they absolutely are wasting. They're wasting tens of thousands for ground that they can't even decisively take. They can only nibble at the fringes, and it doesn't make any common sense, and maybe we won't know if there was any reason to this madness. But the videos are harrowing for sure, showing the trench and the urban warfare aspects of Bakhmut. The future is known for Ukraine. The individual turns and changes in the battlefield is not. But Bakhmut is just really interesting. I mean, there are ways you could rationalize it. It's just not losing. And for Russia, not losing or not having the global perception of losing, I'm sure is a goal, but they haven't even achieved that yet.
It's interesting that I just found a post from a friend of ours who then, I retweeted it so that more people could see it, about the Panzerhaubitze 2000 being in use by the Ukrainians. And whilst, yes, some of them had to be circled out and back in due to maintenance and heavy usage, the Ukrainians seemingly are quite happy with it, as they are with the Caesars, as they are with the Crabs, but they're making an impact. And it seems that they've moved both HIMARS as well as more of those howitzers into the arena in Donbass in order to, withstand the pressure of the Russians throwing their people around. Seems we need to give them more kit, should we not?
Absolutely. I mean, a large-scale conventional war requires not just a lot to fight it, but to sustain it. And there's so much that we haven't given. And although I'm proud of what we have given, some of the most advanced systems in the West and in the world, and they've had immediate battlefield effects. And Ukrainians have shown and disproven all the theories of what they can and can't do with what systems. That's going to require sustained, continued. I know that we in the space know that's just maddening. It makes no sense. But the maintenance and sustaining will become a huge issue for sure.
That brings back to the other topic, if I may, that mobile air defense has shown in the northern offensive of Kharkiv Oblast already to be very effective. Situational and short-range air defense is very important. We now know that the Skynex system from Germany, based on the Boxer platform, as well as it can also be put on trucks, of course, will be brought into theater, which is very neatly organizable, can be put into very nice arrays, widely spread, very mobile, very useful, ties in with IRIS-T, but also it would tie in with Patriot systems.
Yeah.
Patriot systems have come under pressure in the public recently, have they not?
So they have. So I put up a tweet just not too long ago where I was strongly disagreeing with somebody that who has a large following. But there are others. There's generals on CNN who have said, like, wrong system. It's not what they need. That just, for some reason, I just don't understand the lack of knowledge. Like, look, I'm not an expert in integrated missile defense systems either, but I know enough that when Ukraine asks for something, it's not just they're picking from a list and saying, I need this. And then somebody else needs to tell them, okay, calm down. It's not what you need. I mean, look, if anybody knows what they need, it's Ukraine. And the way that missile defense or air defense systems work, one of the strongest components of that is the radar. And while the Patriot is a very expensive $4 million per missile, with so many missile carriers per battery, the one of the biggest strengths of the Patriot system is its radar system and its command and control network, which can talk to other systems like the IRIS-T, NASAMS, and others. So, I mean, this is a frustrating part of our open source intelligence that that somebody can say something like it's not what they need, and that gains traction, and people start to question what's being delivered. Like, what they need is what they asked for, and they've asked for it for a long time. And all countries have been too slow and almost sometimes too late. But the Patriot is a very powerful, short-range missile ballistic system that will have an immediate impact on integrating with the other systems that people have delivered, which, like you said, are already showing, in some cases, 100% effectiveness in taking down the wide range, because it's not just Iranian drones being shot at Ukraine. It's just not on a daily basis. That would just be false to say that that's true. It's a range of everything from air to ground delivered cruise missiles to sea to ground cruise missiles. Again, we have so many experts in the space that's where I've learned, because I try not to speak on outside of things that I don't at least research, or especially if I don't know what it is. So I put out this video like, look, that it's not, the Patriot is not this gigantic theater level system, and kind of like the Iron Dome for the Israel system, when Yehuda has to tell people a lot, like, look, Iron Dome is designed for a very specific area, very short geographic area it can cover, but it is an effective system. The Patriot is not a theater system. I mean, I think if somebody ever said that, they're just misplacing it with the THAAD, which actually has theater in the title, which can take down intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. That's not what the Patriot is. The Patriot is primarily a short-range missile ballistic defense system, but it can also take down heavy bombers and jets. And again, I think it's the radar. For me, one of the most exciting things for me to get that system into Ukraine is to get to plug into an integrated. And if people don't know what that means, it means when you plug in all these different systems together to create the umbrella on top of a city or a geographic area, so that when something's incoming, one of the radars picks it up, and then the system, the command and control system, makes the decision on which target at speed to which weapon to engage that target with. And that's the integrated part, so that you're not, which is another debunk part of this conversation, is nobody's saying the Patriot is needed to shoot down a $20,000 Iranian drone. That would be a misuse of expensive equipment and would outprice the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves. But then nobody has said that's what it is. So I know you're opening the bucket for me, but it's such a big topic, and for some reason people lean on to some tidbit of information and go, okay, that's it's wrong to send them that. Like, no, that's not true.
Because people who have not worked in aviation or in missile defense, and who haven't had to deal with this, and do not know how the systems, the integration of systems, has progressed, what level of automation we now have, what level of decision-making capacity we now have actually created in terms of time frame, because we've created more time to decide by employing more technology and better sensor systems and better preparation for the decision makers and the batteries. So therefore, fewer good, say, missile defense systems would be abused. We are actually significantly more effective and also more efficient in the use of the anti-missile defense systems as we have them today, if we were to compare this to 20 or 40 years ago. So these arguments are based on, projection, assumption, childish behavior. But it's like with the Corinthians. We're not children anymore, so we should not talk like children.
No, and like I always say, I'm an expert in very little, because I have very high standards on what I consider expertise. But I'm a student of warfare, and if I want to make a comment about things that are popular, or the latest system in which is being discussed, I go do a little research, or I come and listen to our experts here in the space, and then I form my opinion, and then I try to craft my language to where I know a little bit. I listen to people like our friend Malcolm Nance, who has just a depth of knowledge on the range of ballistic missiles that can be sent, because there is a difference between a modern state-of-the-art missile, hypersonics, versus older system that, that's what Russia has basically is throwing the kitchen sink at Ukraine. So Ukraine needs everything from, a Gepard, which just throws lead into the air, to the most advanced air defense system on the planet, which we are sending them.
I think the interesting aspect here is that there are many, many good analysts who are so good at so many things. If they were just to come to a panel and discuss it with those who are experts. We just had it on Sunday with our aviation group. There are a number of people I sincerely and highly respect and would never dare to go as far into the topics as they do. I mean, I'm so outdated, it's beyond belief. But it's exceptionally interesting and humbling to hear how they interact and how it all benefits us, because the discussion, the Socratic method, and addressing the questions which our audience has comes to conclusions which help us all understand this better and become a lot calmer about it. And these, how would you call this? Clickbait kind of little TikTok videos some people post out with catchy rhymes and silly arguments, they unfortunately do influence public debate, and we have to make sure that we go against that. And in that regard, I'm very grateful that you took the time to come up. I know you have other things to do, and you have the dogs and family and everything to attend to, but I think it's vitally important that we keep this candle burning.
I agree. And that's why, so much hats off, as always, to you guys. I spend, a majority of your waking hours in the space trying to help others. So, that would be my recommendation to any of these people that are experts in one field. And I've got this, right? I've gotten questions that I have, very little, if not just surface top level information on. And I'll answer like, hey, look, that's not my area of study, but here's what I know. Like, come to the Maria space, listen to our experts, look out for the events. I've learned so much, which this is my profession, right? The profession of learning about warfare, that, the old becomes new again and the new gets used differently, and that Ukraine has so much to teach the world about warfighting, especially peer competition. There is nobody who knows more. Now, there are elements of the different weapon systems and how they use them, but there's so much learning going on. I get a little frustrated as a warrior scholar kind of guy, that I think some people aren't paying as much attention as they should be. Hopefully the war ends quickly, which is what we all want. And Ukrainian victory, assured victory, complete victory. There are definitions to victory that I used to teach, and some people really get confused on what winning looks like. But if everybody, and I know we are in the Maria space, so I'm just preaching to the choir, is not taking a lot and learning every day, then they're wrong.
As a friend of ours says, 100%. All right. Ryan, you were driving tomorrow, then I take it, and make sure that the other Victoria goes where she needs to go, right?
Indeed. No, actually, I think we'll be taking a short intermission, and then we have secured a professional driver in lieu of me doing the driving. I'm just
Finally.
a semi-professional driver.
So finally you can start thinking about what you've experienced.
Indeed. I've got plenty of material to jog my memory, and I have a pretty good memory if I can sleep long enough to let my brain defragment a little bit and reboot. But yeah, I've got a lot of information I've gathered and things I've observed and people I've made contact with that I will need to reach out to while I'm back home. I'm actually in communication with somebody right now who's got a good friend who was injured on the front line and is currently receiving care at a hospital in Dnipro, and I asked them to